Greetings, gamers, and welcome to the 164th live stream from the Misfit Gamer Studios. I am your host, Vortex, and this is D&D Discussions. On today's episode, we have, I guess, series number 3, episode number 3 of our Image to Item series. I'm still knee-deep in research for some other history of topics, And therefore, we will have to kind of put that to a back seat. I haven't really done any other like history of dive offs just yet. Like I don't have anything else in the queue. I've been putting a lot of my effort into this one. So I'm hoping I hope that it's not going to turn into one of those things where do all of this work and then turn out to be a shit episode. So let's hope that episode turns out to be a little bit better. But regardless of that, we're going to do an image to item today, just kind of a chill Friday. And hopefully next week we can pick up with history of, and again, starting next month, we will be rotating in more subletting subclasses, pop culture build, and other types of series as those develop. Oh, what else do we have today? Community stream is at the end of the month. So Saturday, 29th, be prepared for that. Where are we at with, let me look up that. And there was one other thing I have to do. Oh, I have to talk to you about next weekend. Because we still have to do the subclass comparison. So that's what I'm looking up right now, chat, and then I will give you those updates. So moving over to the Discord, where are we at with our community stream? All right, 2 days left. Oh, we actually have a tie. So we have 2 days left until the community stream vote is over. Link in chat for Discord if you're not a part of Discord. But for the April community stream, we have 2 votes for critical cocktails and 2 votes for pop culture builds.
Okay.
And only 1 vote for Lauren Pour and 1 vote for tavern tastings. So subletting subclasses has none. So I think they're gonna.
I mean, we did one last time, so maybe they're looking for a little variety, which I can respect.
They want some freshness. That's good. I'm glad that someone voted for tavern tastings. That's always, it's nice to see that one worked out a little bit better. But yeah, critical cocktails, we haven't done that one yet. We actually haven't sat down and done a critical cocktails. So
is that the rapid fire one?
Yeah, that's the one where we're supposed to be like kind of basically like image to item, but for cocktails.
Got you.
That's kind of like what I feel like that is.
Interesting. I'm here for it.
But yeah, pop culture builds would be a good one too, because pop culture builds is a lot.
Yes, indeed.
So we only have 2 days left, and then once that gets solidified. But next weekend, we need to discuss a day to do the subclass challenge, or the face-off, whatever we want to call it.
Yes.
The community face-off.
Yes.
We just need to figure out what day we can fit in the extra one. And then hopefully I'll have everything done. It's not going to look as nice as I wanted it to, because it's just... work sucks, but
sure.
We're gonna do some fun with it. I still think it's gonna be
Okay.
fun. I still have some really cool ideas. I don't know how much of these I'm gonna be able to pull off, but we need to find a date. Once I have a date, I'll be able to like actually put my effort to it.
Right.
But I'm completely free next weekend, so if we can, next weekend would probably be the best, because the weekend after that is going to be the community stream. So yeah, either next weekend or the 30th, right after the community stream. We'll have to do either 2 streams back to back, or we'd have to do it next weekend. We'll figure it out.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Next weekend or the weekend after, we will do Soul and Hecate's community show off or showdown.
I like showdown.
Yeah,
Showdown is fun.
subclass showdown, something like that.
Subclass showdown.
Okay, we'll do that. So
That
we'll do
good.
we'll do the subclass showdown either next week or the week after, and then of course the community stream coming up on the 29th. So 2 weeks from tomorrow. I think that's all of the major. It's been fun. There's a lot of stuff going on.
Indeed.
All right, what's going on in chat? It's nice seeing everybody. You finally got here for the start of one. Yeah. All right, well, we do have a redeem, so we do have to do our new hats.
Oh, of course. Does that mean Nuggets in chat?
Yeah, obviously Nuggets in chat, because Nugget's the only one who does hats. Unless someone's doing it on behalf of Nugget. So there, we got our hats, the hats that are absolutely necessary apparently. I actually like how my green screen, if you notice on the camera, my green screen filter is still on. So
that's sick. That's funny.
It's actually showing a black. Actually, I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep my green screen filter on. I like having a black cap.
That's clean.
Instead of this green one, I totally like having a black cap.
That's wild.
That looks so dope.
I freaking love it.
There we go. And then you can you gotta fly away.
Yeah, I know, right?
There you go. All right, so yeah, we have an image to item today. I felt like that would be a lot of fun. Been having a lot of fun with that one. I know we've done that one kind of quite a bit, but again, looking at the way that we do content, I feel like our creative content is some of the best that we do.
Yeah.
I do want to get more into like the heavier creative content, but those take a little bit more planning. At least with this, it's a little bit more rapid fire. So when they're here, you do nugget away without wearing a hat. What? I mean, I don't know who else does the hat. I mean, I guess Hecate has done the hat once or twice, but that's because Nugget wasn't able to, so they do it for Nugget.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they even went on Discord and let him know. He's like, I got your
back. All right, so I guess I can get to our pop. Let me do. Boom! Look at that. God, I love these things. I love our emotes, man.
Right? So cool. It's so big. It's beautiful.
I just must not be reading Darkwell's sentence very well. Because I don't get. I honestly, it's way over my head. Because I just don't. I'm not catching how I'm supposed to read that. But Soul caught it. Apparently, Soul caught it. So
wild.
At least it wasn't wasted completely.
He thought it was a good joke myself. Wild.
Oh, I see. Play on words. That's the problem. It's an audio joke.
Oh,
yeah. I don't do well with audio jokes. I'm too I'm too literal. So
we gotta get that that thing where it can actually speak it out.
We have TTS available.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, it just costs.
Oh, that's fair.
It costs channel points, but you can. But no, I get it. I was reading it too literally, but no, I get it now. I agree with Soul. That was pretty cheesy, but not bad. Not bad. Okay, so let's get moving here. So how did we do this last time? How are we choosing? Were we just rolling dice?
We were rolling, yeah.
That was it. I thought there was a way that I thought we were having chat like.
You had the extra numbers chosen by chat, and if it landed on one of those numbers,
that's right. Okay.
Then they got to choose what it was.
That's right. Okay, I was wondering about that because we have 15, so I'm gonna pull my 12. Okay,
I mean, if you want, we could just do that. We could just give everybody who wants to in chat a number, and then we could just roll like a smaller die, like a D4 or something like that, and whoever gets it. But I do like the whole.
I think just having the random choice I think is fine. Did it actually work? I heard it, but I didn't see if it actually like got away. Did it sound right? Here, I'll even redo it because I wanted to hear that. I was talking when that happened.
What, did it not happen?
It did happen. I heard it. It's super. I don't know why I can't get our.
Oh, Soul said they barely heard it.
Yeah, no, our. I don't. Unless it's because. Hang on. Let me try something here. Testing.
So when they're here, you do nugget away without wearing a hat?
Was it louder for everybody else too?
I definitely heard it.
I think the problem is because I normally have one of my audios down because of ChillHop. So I think what I need to do...
Put them on different audios?
I can't.
Oh, you can't?
But I can...
Oh, that's why.
Try to drop. See how much louder that is? Almost...
So crazy. That was right at the bottom.
Okay.
There it is.
Just barely.
Perfect.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the TTS is it does go very, very fast.
Oh, you can't control the speed of it?
So if I do, let's see. So if I go,
So when they're here, you do nugget away without wearing a hat.
That was better. I think
that was a lot better.
I think the female voice does say it way too fast. But that was a lot clearer. I actually heard that one.
Yeah.
So let's try again.
So when they're here, you do nugget away without wearing a hat?
Yeah, it doesn't pronounce it the same way.
It's got a weird accent or something.
It's an Australian accent for that particular speaker. So
Interesting.
I think it's just the way that they pronounce it.
Hopefully you guys heard that too.
It is an Australian female voice, so I might have to change that one up. Maybe I'll have to change that because the male voice is so much better.
So when they're here, you do nugget away without wearing a hat.
Yeah. So I think I'll just I'll have to go in and I'll change the female TTS at some point, and I'll change just what they do because that's just not working very well.
Oh, you want me to be the TTS voice? I don't know how much. I'd have to go through a lot of words to be a TTS voice.
I don't know. I mean, on this podcast alone, there's probably more than enough for us to both have a AI of our voice now. I guaranteed if someone wanted AI of our voice, it's already too late. Bro, we got like 160 episodes of our voice.
I mean, that's fair.
We got
fair.
dude, it only literally most AIs only need like one sentence. We got
one sentence for real?
Nowadays AI to be passable to someone who's not paying attention or to someone who doesn't know any better. Yes.
So I will say I've heard like there was a series that kept coming up on my For You page for a while, and it was a D&D game being played by Donald Trump, Barack Obama. Yep. Like it was like
they have a lot of those where they do like Call of Duty games. Yeah. I've seen those ones, and that's it. It's like it doesn't take much to get a sample of your voice, but when there's hours, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of hours at this point of our voice out there. It would be too easy to recreate, and we've said pretty much a good portion of our vocabulary. I'm not saying all of our vocabulary,
but even it's not just vocabulary. It's just like the sounds and stuff that we use,
inflections and emotions.
Yeah,
and it's kind of scary a little.
I mean, a little bit lightweight.
All right. Okay. So chat, we now have. What do we have? We have 15 items, chat. We have 15 items still to go. So I have here my trusty D12. I need 3 people in chat to choose 3 numbers between 1 and 15. If I roll your number, you will get to choose a number. No, I'm sorry. You need to choose a number between 1 and 12.
Okay.
Yes, choose a number between 1 and 12. And if I roll your number, you're going to get to choose 1 through 15. And if I don't, I'm going to just kind of
what it says.
Pick what from the other one. So Sogol has an 8. We need 2 more numbers, everybody. 2 more numbers. We have a 12. Excellent. From Darkwell, we need 1 more number. Who has lucky number 3?
Is it going to be Nugget?
Come on, everybody. Come on. The dice want to be rolled. The dice want to be rolled. I need 1 more number from chat. Just any number 1 through 12. Not 8 or 12. No? I guess you're gonna have to choose. No one's gonna go. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was a 1 from Nugget. I still have the filter on. Hold on. It's fine. I saw that 1 from Nugget. It's okay.
That's
I forgot
funny.
the voting one's on.
That's funny.
My bad, Nugget, but I got you. Okay. So here we roll. So if I'm just gonna kind of push everything up by 1. So 12 is actually, 12 would be theirs, but then everything else gets shifted. So,
Got you. Okay.
So I rolled a 12. Darkwell, pick a number between 1 through 15, and that is the item that we'll do. Oh, also tell me, do you want me to count from the bottom up or from the top down? Because I just have a list. So you want to do number item 15. So you want to do the first item or the last item? Item on the top or item on the bottom? Top to bottom, and you want item number 15. So you want the last item on the bottom of the list. Let's go. I have this one titled simply as Rod.
Okay. Let's take a little gander. Just take a little look-see. Oh,
just a little look-see gander here.
Oh, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is one that was submitted by Soul.
All right, everybody. This
interesting
is the item that we have. So kind of looking a little bit at it, we have we have a very fancy blue crystal. We have this like little bit of a wavy bit down the rod, and then we have almost these like harp like energy strings.
Yes, that's definitely the vibe I'm getting.
Almost seeing like a musical note here, but I'm definitely getting rod over anything else.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Instantly.
Yeah, a strange instrument. Yeah, definitely.
I feel like this could be an amazing focus for a bard. Like I really think that it almost speaks like I could like turn it sideways and almost use it like a lyre or something like that.
Like some kind of strumming instrument.
It's such.
And it could also be a rod that has 3 charges of something.
Sure.
It could very easily
I like that too.
You know what I mean?
Again, why can't it be both?
It doesn't necessarily. I mean, it could be, but it's not what I would be inspired to do to just overload it, right?
Sure.
This is Hecate's.
Hecate's. Okay.
This one in.
Very nice.
Okay, so we have to decide, do we want this to... Okay, so it's like, it can either be a rod, like a spellcasting focus, like a rod, or it could be an instrument. I mean, it's definitely a non-standard instrument for sure.
Sure.
Like maybe a 3-string bass.
If it is an instrument, again, it's got to do something.
Yeah,
something cool.
But I feel like that's more like I feel like that just represents charges more than it does anything else.
Yes, but I would say you could word it like this. Like those are, instead of being like actually spectral, they're actually strings, and currently they're glowing. And when you use one of their abilities, like the glow ceases.
Yeah.
I think that's what you wanted to do.
I think my other thing too is like, while that could be really interesting and unique, I think that doing a basically creating a brand new instrument, I feel like is less appealing to a broader audience. While it could be fun for like us to do and utilize, I'm trying to think of like, try to explain that to someone and why they would want to use it. Like it's a focus, but it's also an instrument, but it's not like any instrument you've ever heard of. It's like a lyre, but it's only 3 strings. It's like, it's almost like you have to sell it too hard in order for it to not. I feel like if it was one or the other, it would be.
For me,
easier.
it's one of those situations where it's like, it doesn't have to mechanically mean anything. It can be the way that the character, almost like a role play opportunity, right? An opportunity to like add just a little bit of purpose to your character and like what they're actually doing, you know, like if for instance, like,
but personally, I wouldn't want that to come from an item though, because again, unless this is like what you're starting your character with,
sure,
the fact that I could find this, if there's no bard in the party, I'm not gonna have it. Like, that's what I'm saying, is it's harder of a sell if I have to go out of my way to explain
definitely
it.
Depending on how,
like it's harder to
like,
sell.
Unless I would say its original owner.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. If this is like an NPC like droppable item, like a lootable item, or again, this was created by a player, I'd be totally more down with the instrument. But I feel that again, that's more of like a.
I feel like there would have to be like a whole character attack. Now, granted, you did create an entire artificer for our last item.
I mean, but that was unintended.
That was unintentional.
But that was more like the item created the artificer in my world.
That is very fair. That is very fair. But yeah, no, I feel that. It was but I'm definitely liking the fact that it could have some charges with it, that
because it's unfortunate that it's almost unfortunate that bards don't use focuses, because it wouldn't be. Do they actually use like arcane focuses? Interesting.
Yeah, they use regular arcane focuses as well. You can, I believe that there are some instruments that there's wording in it that says this can be used as your arcane focus type deal.
Okay.
But yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, Darkwell, is like, I love the idea of a visual representation of the strings being like the charge that it has, and it's actually a visual representation of how much you have left.
Oh, right,
Like
right,
I
right.
really do like that, because I'm just thinking like part of me wants to be like you know you're just wielding this as like, you know, a rod, right? You're just like dow, and then all of a sudden you're just like, wait, I need to do a ranged attack, and then you pull one of the strings, and it's like a spell of magic missile. That's
Interesting.
that's what I see. I see this thing as having 3 charges of magic missile. Because imagine that you're wielding it around, you're smacking people, you're throwing magic, and then you're just like, whoop, and then you're just like kind of like in Red Dead Redemption, you're like 1, 2, 3, 4, release, and then it just fires out magic missile, right?
I see what you're saying.
Because I mean, magic missile is a pretty good, powerful spell. Having 3 charges of it, I think, makes this pretty heavy. I think it makes it a pretty heavy wipe, but at the same time,
I don't think it's because the rod of magic missiles does more than that.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's a pretty hefty weapon, but at the same time, it's not like game breaking. It's a good one. Like you see that you have 3 charges of magic missile. I'll take that.
Yes, but like,
and it doesn't have to be like, again, it's not, remember, not everything we create has to be the last thing you'll ever touch.
For sure. I mean, I don't think
like,
that's the intention, but I just feel,
because I do think that there's a lot of times where too many items get created for the intent of, I want this to be like the item they want.
I just want to look at this item, and that this does not scream magic missile to me.
Okay.
What I hear when I see this is something like ice knife.
Okay.
Now,
so more like a single like pointed
but see,
attack.
I actually like the idea, and this is where this item could have its uniqueness, and it's not meant to be game breaking, but I think it would be cool. Imagine if it shot out magic missile, but instead of magic missile, it was ice knife. So there's still the 3. You still get the automatic hit. It doesn't do as much damage, but having that little explosion of damage that ice knife gives you, I think would be a really cool effect to like give magic missile.
See, then I like changing things, but on an individual level, changing how 2 individual spells work and like merging them together for a whole item.
But you would just describe the spell's ability rather than.
But I'm gonna go out and venture to say that's not how 5th edition works. Like 5th edition doesn't tend to.
I will say there are plenty of items that do something similar enough to a spell, but they don't reference the spell at all. Meaning,
but you're saying that I'm taking ice knife, but it acts as magic. Like I'm saying, I don't.
That's
feel
just the
like,
mechanic that I'm verbalizing.
Yeah.
But like, it's just the idea of.
I mean, I wouldn't mind it being just 3 casts of ice knife. You just, you almost like shoot it like a bow.
Sure.
And in that case, you could just say like it's ice knife, but visually it looks like an arrow.
What if it was ice knife, but you know how you have as a sorcerer
like twin spell?
Twin spell. Imagine if it was like tri spell.
Again, but why that? Like, I mean, maybe if you could shoot all 3 at once, then again, if this was like you had 3 charges, but you could shoot more than one at a time, like, so basically, if you said, let's say this had 3 charges of ice knife, but what's unique is you can shoot any number of them at once. So you can pull 1, 2, or all 3 strings and fire all charges up to all charges at once at your leisure.
Okay.
So kind of like what you're talking about, where I can choose 3 targets because it's still, it's still magic, right? So I can still choose 3 targets. I can still fire 3 times, but we're not fundamentally.
Maybe that's kind of what I was thinking. Maybe it was more like, what's it called? Scorching Ray.
Okay.
More like Scorching Ray than Magic Missile, because it's 3 separate attack rolls. So I'm.
Can you double check if Ice Knife upcasts?
Ice Knives, I'm pretty sure to upcast.
I don't know if it upcasts more than 1 dagger or if one more
it
knives.
Doesn't. It's more damage. It's more damage.
So how do you feel about that? Instead of, because Magic Missile does, Magic Missile might not like, but again, using the blue, kind of like the ice crystals.
Yeah.
So yeah, what if you had 3 charges of Ice Knife, but the wording of the blades or the wording of the rod says you can choose to fire any number of charges in one go. So essentially you say you could pull 1, 2, or 3 strings that you have charged and fire any number of your charges. So you can fire 1, 2, or 3 at 1, 2, or 3 targets.
Yeah.
So you can so it's like the only time you can fire a spell more than once in a round.
Sure.
But it's basically doing exactly what you're asking it to do, which is basically be Ice Knife, but act like Magic Missile.
Yes.
But if we're limiting it to the 3, that also cuts its ability to be Magic Missile down.
Sure.
So I feel like there's a better there's a better middle ground that makes more sense in a
Sure,
5e language if we're just basically saying this item can unleash all of its charges at once. But I love that though. I do appreciate the idea of Ice Knife. I think that's a better idea than just what Magic Missile does. And I do agree with you that just having like 3 charges, while nice early on, would basically just feel like a magic wand. You know what I mean? It's just boom. I think the idea of adding it one little extra, I'm okay with. And I'm even okay with like this little swoosh right here. What if we called that a blade? And when you use a melee attack, it can do, you can choose to do either bludgeoning or slashing damage. What if you added that? Like, is this could literally just say like there's a, it's a rod with a curved blade. So when you attack with melee, you choose bludgeoning or slashing damage.
Did you choose cold damage?
You could even say that it does an extra 1d4 cold damage.
I like that.
So we could say it's a rod that does 1d4 cold, extra 1d4 cold damage melee. When you hit with a melee attack, you can choose bludgeoning or slashing. You get the 1d4 extra cold damage, and it has 3 charges of Ice Knife that can be shot, or that can be fired at any number of which can be fired at a time.
Got you.
I think that's the better word. And it's so 3 charges of Ice Knife, any number can be fired at once.
With a single action.
Yeah, with a single action, any number can be fired at one time, recharges after a long rest. And I definitely think long rest has to be a long rest. And if we wanted to go one step further, you only get 1 per long rest, or even say at that point you only get 1 charge per short rest even. Because then again,
you only get 1 charge back per short rest.
So at least that way you're saying that you have to have at least 2 rests. Like you have to have a short rest and a long rest.
How about, yeah.
Or you could say 1 on a short rest, 2 on a long rest. How about that? What if you regain 1 on a short rest and 2 on a long rest? So that way you can never get them all back just outright. Because that is pretty decent. Like having that kind of...
I wouldn't be mad at 1 on a short rest, all on a long rest. It takes you that, like, because imagine if you take 3 short rests, then you have them all back.
And how long is that short? Well, but a short rest, okay, oh yeah, so...
Short rest is an hour, so it's like, all right, if I'm spending 8 hours, all my downtime,
so 1 on a short rest, all
resetting my day
that's
type deal.
Okay, yeah.
So...
I just felt like because it may be the only, you rarely ever get to do more than 1 spell in an action, so the idea that you're actually technically doing 3, but again,
sure,
it's not that big of a deal, so I'm okay with that. 1 on a short rest, all on a long rest.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. What if the strings can mutate a spell and add ice element to the spell? I mean, yeah, but
kind of like the other one we were talking about. If you use it as a focus,
I feel like that if we did that on top of what we were asking it to do, it'd be almost too much of that. Like it almost be like it's basically turning you into an ice sorcerer at that point. It's like I don't mind it doing its own ice damage, but turning all of your spells ice, I feel like brings it up to a higher level of gameplay. And I kind of wouldn't mind this at mid tier, somewhere around like level 7, level 8. Like I would, because again, you're getting an extra 1d4 damage on melee, which isn't terrible, and you're getting a pretty deep. I mean, Ice Knife is what, level 3, level 1 spell? Yeah, so I would like this to be earlier, but if it's adding or changing your damage type to every spell, I feel like that would be a level 10 plus, like
sure, yeah,
gameplay. So not a bad idea. I just think I'd want it more accessible earlier, because again, not everything has to be the thing you're going to keep forever. I wouldn't mind holding on to this for a few levels, or having this one be your secondary. You just have it in the backpack and that's like your backup weapon.
Sure.
I feel like there's a lot of times we could just do that. So not all spells, just 3 spells per day. Like the strings are still charges. What if the strings can mutate a spell and add ice damage to a spell that normally doesn't do it? So you would say
just like another option that you can use your charges with. So instead of just being able to cast the spell, you could also cast a different spell but add ice damage to it with the charge.
Yeah, or yeah. I mean, adding ice damage wouldn't be too bad, but if we added ice damage to the spells, I'd probably want to take the extra ice damage off of it. Or at least if we're doing that, we would take away the ice.
If you don't have any charges, you can't do ice damage on the melee. If you're out of charges, then it's out of ice power. So maybe it like stops glowing or something.
I mean, I can see an argument for it imbuing with ice magic, but I wouldn't want all 3. I wouldn't want it to do ice damage and have Ice Knife and change your spells. So it would have to be Ice Knife or change or add the ice damage. But I think the Ice Knife is more unique, and we haven't seen that before. I think there are plenty of other things that just either add an element damage or allows you to change your element damage. I think there are other ways around that. I don't think something like being able to cast 3 Ice Knives with 1 action, I think that might be a little bit more novel, in my opinion. So I think that's where I would prefer to take it.
I definitely like the idea of using Ice Knife. I don't think we should remove that.
I just think the adding to our own magic, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it just because I think it's been done before, and I think it's been done, I think we've seen it at least twice, like ourselves.
I mean,
so
we did it last time. I'd say in other spells, I don't know any 5th edition spells. I know that there's a subclass that allows you to rotate
I mean, it's what it is.
to like
We've
adjust
seen-
whatever your damage type. That's where we got the wording for it.
Hats. Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, I'll say I'm not mad at it. I think it's a cool idea. I think if you use it as charges, it's not I don't think it'll be like overpowered or anything, or take it too much past mid tier,
Yeah.
right? Because everything is still tied to your charges, and theoretically those ones you can only do 1 at a time, because you can only cast 1 spell in a turn.
Mhm.
So you're only ever going to use 1 of those charges. So I kind of like the idea of giving it a little bit of versatility, but I also feel like for me that kind of diverges from what it feels like a singular intent in creating this item would be.
Yeah.
And so it'd be like, hey, not only am I imbuing this thing with spells itself, I'm also giving it the ability to alter other spells. And I feel like being able to do all of that in one, like when you think about the lore and like the actual creation of the process of creation, I feel like that's like 2 very different schools of thought being introduced together.
But
And
it's so much better.
that would be very complex for someone to do for something so lightweight mid tier. Right?
I'm so glad you put it that way. That's how I wish I could have put it. It's just that when you add all of it together, it seems not contradictory, but it just seems to go against its creation, where it's like it really should be imbued with ice or imbue you with ice, not both. Seems
And I can even still see the melee attacks doing a little bit of ice damage just because there is ice power
that's
in
what I
the
mean.
thing.
That's what I'm saying. It's like
But-
that's okay, but like being able to imbue you with ice after having been imbued with ice seems to put it on a higher tier, and that's
Sure.
kind of what I was thinking. So yeah, much better way to put it there. Okay, yeah. So unless we're gonna go again, unless we want to really rack this up, I mean, we could do a whole bunch of things with this, right? We could give it a whole bunch of extra stuff. But I kind of just like it because, I mean, most like rod staffs and wands, if anything, all they do is give you some sort of magical like adjustment. But the fact that this thing has its own like melee properties, I kind of like that being a little bit more unique about it.
Sure.
And I do like that it has something that we've never really seen before, being able to like unleash everything it has all at once.
Sure.
Like we see that in subclasses where subclasses can earn like tokens, and then they can spend tokens like all at once or every now and again on certain feats or abilities they have. But this is something that I don't think I've ever seen in like a magical item outside of, a wand of fireball.
Sure.
But that's still only just casting a free spell. This, I think, just packs so much more of a punch. And I like the idea of adding in the verbiage that it can be on all, multiple targets or one target.
Yeah.
I really, kind of like letting it be its own version of magic missile. That can even be in the lore. Someone who wanted to make an ice-based magic missile, and this is the closest they were able to figure it out because they weren't,
Yeah. Or
super-
I feel like the only difference is magic missile, and this is why I would kind of relate it a little bit closer towards Scorching Ray, because Scorching Ray actually has attack rolls for each of them, and this would probably be
magic
the same
missile
effect.
auto hits.
It's
where,
auto
where
hit.
ice daggers don't.
Yeah.
Or ice knives.
That would be the only, that'd be my only mindset is like, yeah, I wish that I could do this all at once on multiple targets like I can with my Scorching Ray.
Yeah.
Right. And having that little burst on each one of those things. Like that would be way cool, but I don't have a way to do that innately via magic, but I've found a way to imbue that in this item.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I like that. I think that's actually pretty just tight knit. I think that's a good mid-tier item. I could easily see it being replaceable, but also just as a backup, just, you know, keeping it within the
Very
party,
much so,
even just a
like-
hand-me-down. Just, hey, you got a better thing, I'll hold on to that because I can still use it. You know what I mean? Okay, so we're cool with it basically being, so it basically, for all intents and purposes, it's a arcane focus / rod. Trying to think of like the better wording, but when you, so rod would do normal, I think it's normal like 1d4 damage. I think it's a normal rod.
So
damage.
real quick, are we thinking staff or rod?
I was thinking rod. Like this thing
So-
is maybe 2 foot at most. So
Okay.
you're always
So bigger
you're
than
not,
a wand.
You're not
but-
walking sticking.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
carrying it. But I like the idea of kind of like a bat, about maybe as big as a bat.
Okay.
Because again, that like curve is kind of like you could do this with it, or you could
Sure.
bash someone on the head with it.
Okay.
So that blade kind of comes like you have the head up here, but this blade kind of comes across your hand. So you can slash with it if they're close enough, or you can bash them. So I would say
Got
that
you.
it does whatever the. It wouldn't really work as a cane though, because
I would probably give it like club damage.
Oh yeah, club. Like yeah. So club damage, but yeah, when used as melee, does 1d4. It does club damage plus 1d4 ice damage.
You want 1d4 ice damage? Okay.
I would think it would be do an extra 1d4 ice damage.
Sure.
It's not a lot, but it should do an extra amount of ice damage for melee. And then when on hit, choose bludgeoning or slashing damage. I'm okay with that.
Sure.
Or you could say on when attack. I don't know when you're supposed to choose it. You know, when you should have to choose it, but I don't really care.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, just when you attack with melee, choose bludgeoning or slashing damage equal to a club plus 1d4 ice damage. And it has 3 charges of ice knife that can 3 charges of ice knife. 1 action can fire any number of charges, and then 1 at a short rest, all at a long rest.
Okay.
I think that's like just nice and neat. Actually, I would be so intrigued to find that in some loot. You know what I mean?
Very much so. I think this is gonna be. It would be so. Okay, so that kind of leads me to my next question. How were you talking about finding it in some loot, finding it in a treasure chest? Like, how rare do you think this would be? Do you think you would potentially ever be able to find this in a shop somewhere?
I would probably, because of what it can do, I would want to say very rare. I wouldn't say, I don't know about rare. It's not common for sure. It's definitely rare minimum. I could say rare or very rare.
I definitely agree with rare.
Yeah,
I think very rare.
I wouldn't necessarily call it a one of a kind.
Sure.
And I wouldn't necessarily call this like historical. It's not legendary. It's not like
Yeah.
a great, I would say that this could have been like, oh. So what if it's rare? If we wanted to do rare, what if this is like a weapon of like an upper echelon of a military? What if these are like, so
like fleet commanders, like,
or you could say like a battle
that.
mage. Like what if we called this the ice rod of the battle mage or something? You know what I mean? Like something where like like an
The
army
rod of the frigid battle mage.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I'm thinking of like there's an army has battle mages and there's a certain like sect of them and this is their weapon. Like they were given this version of the weapon. So
Right.
I think rare is fine.
Okay, I agree with that.
Because I could see you find. So I kind of think of this in the terms of like finding it similar to being able to find like a Three Musketeers like outfit. You know what I mean? It's like they're around, but everyone's kind of secretive about it. So I could see you finding this in like a retired, like you go somewhere where it was like a retired like generals like quarters, and you could find this something like that.
Sure.
Or like a shopkeep who has magical items, and this is like up on his wall, be like, oh, those were the good old days back when I used to, actually fight. Just I could see it kind of like that, or again in some loot, in an old ruin. But yeah, I think rare works fine.
Okay.
Let's see. Vergless Rod. Warmage Vergless Rod? I don't know what Vergless Rod is. I'm not familiar with Vergless. Archmage. Let's see.
Okay. Melee.
Vergless is a type of ice. Oh, thin ice coating.
Bludgeoning or slashing, cold, D4. Let me actually look that up real quick. What is club damage? 1d4.
Oh, nice. I almost want to go like with a name that almost isn't what you expect. So like again, you hear it and it's almost has like I'm almost thinking like Glacial Scythe. I know that's not like what it really is, but I'm almost kind of thinking like imagine like, you know, you hear of this oncoming army with these battle mages with glacial scythes, and you see them holding these rods with just this glistening like ice, like, you know, blade like right on the.
Sure.
I'm just wondering like, because sometimes, you know, things aren't named directly, like it doesn't have to have a rod in the name, right?
Sure.
And just because it's named Scythe doesn't mean that it can't work that. So I'm just wondering, like, do we have to really go direct, or can we make the name a little bit more intriguing, where it's like you hear it and you're like, that sounds bad fucking ass. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, you know, it's like, do you want to go Arctic? Do you want to go Tundra? Do you want to go?
I mean, all the above.
Frigid. Yeah, I'm not familiar with Vergless actually, so that's so I think we need to figure out what like.
So we do have a couple of things on our list. We have the what is it? Figure that out. It's a rod.
Yeah.
It's a spellcasting focus. And we have what is it made of?
It kind of looks like obsidian, or even like dark glass, like it could be like, you know, like they do like smoked glass.
Sure.
So it could almost be like, you know, like glass.
I kind of like the glass vibe.
What if we said it was made from like I know this sounds weird because it's not a real thing, but imagine it sounds kind of magical. But what if it was like a petrified glacier?
Okay.
Like they took like, you know, some deep ancient ice that's so dark because of like how pure it is or whatever, and like they like permanent basically made it permanent.
Made
like,
permanent, yeah.
So it's like almost like petrified glacier where it's like permanent ice. That would be interesting.
I'm not mad at that.
Because it is kind of blackish, but it's also really dark blue. Onyx, onyx, black ice. What about the Black Ice Scepter?
I like this.
Chat,
this.
what do you think about that? Black Ice Scepter. I mean, it doesn't have to be specific. I mean, a scepter is basically a rod of various sizes, and sometimes scepters are as big as a cane, as big as a walking stick, or barely, you know, big enough to hold. So the Black Ice Scepter, that actually like, wish I had a better name than Mage, because I'm like the Black Ice Mage Scepter. So, you know, again, like the Battle Mage, like what would that group be called? Like the Black Ice Mages, or like what would you call that like group of like really high powered wizards that are just like.
I want to look up some synonyms for mage, like caster, like I know they're out there. They're like in my head swimming around somewhere, and I'm like, I just gotta hunt you down.
I do like having Black Ice in the name. I think Black Ice is the way to go.
I like that. I like that a lot.
I don't know. A Black Ice Scepter sounds kind of good. I think that might be okay.
I'm not mad at it. I like it a lot. What would you say the level of craft is for something like this.
Oh, like the type of person that would have. This would have definitely been like. I'm thinking. This is definitely mortal. This is definitely like being made on the mortal plane.
Sure.
This is probably
Agreed.
expert crafting. Like this is a level 20, like lifelong mage. You know what I mean? Like this is the mage that can't fight anymore, but he's still doing the good fight by giving. You know, he's the crazy one in the workshop, just creating new crazy magical weapons for war. You know, he's basically the Oppenheimer of war or of D&D.
What if the fucking the Ice Monarch
right?
Crafted this, the subclass Hecate gave us?
That'd be hilarious.
That'd be wild.
Great. Yeah. All right, so Black Ice Scepter. I like it. I think it works, man. I think it's just simple enough to make sense. I mean, again, if you have a bunch of mages that are there for battle, something like this, again, can you imagine just like a group of 12 mages, you know, with cavalry, and they just show up and they just start hurling ice knives across the battlefield?
What was that?
You get too close to them and then they just slice you down and you just freeze and like.
What was that community creation we just had? The was it the Ice Sorcerer or something like that? We just did it. We're doing the twin-headed Drake as a result of it.
Yeah. I think it was the Ice Sorcerer.
Yeah, the Icebound Sorcerer or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine he gets a hold of one of these things. Gosh, that could be dangerous, man.
Yeah, extra stuff too. Like I like it. Because I was thinking like you could do even other stuff. You know, like I'm looking at this like little piece at the bottom, this little spiky bit, and I'm like, man, if I wanted to make this like a really high powered item, I'd also have it have like a capstone where you could like stick it into the ground and make like the terrain difficult territory as long as it's stuck in the ground. So if you just stick it and let it go, it just has just like, you know, a 50-foot radius of it's now just ice.
It's just
slippery.
Yes, dude, that would be sick.
Like
that would be sick.
There's things that you can do to make this
that would
like
be very cool,
bigger and bigger and bigger. I mean, imagine if it even had a bigger capstone. So like that was like, because that's just an ability where you lose it, right? Like you have to let it go in order for that to work. You have to literally stick it in the ground. So that's kind of a devastation.
Like you'd never get it back.
No, like never. I'm talking about like kind of like a there used to be a thing in older D&D where it was like a rally flag.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So where you stick it in the ground and then it has an AOE as long as it's in the ground. That's kind of what I mean by this. Like this.
So you just wouldn't be able to use it during that combat to keep. Oh, I see what you're saying.
But that's what I mean. So it's like imagine being able to ice. You know, one of the battle mages just walks on the field and just sticks their thing in, and then it just becomes like a tundra. But all of their like horses and everything are trained for it.
Yeah.
So now you're on an ice battlefield. Now one of the mages would just sit there and cast spells until they had to pick it up.
Sure.
But that's like I'm just trying to think of like you could do that. I could even see a higher capstone. Like that's not so much a capstone, just a alternative to not using it.
Sure.
But can you imagine that like this is what powers it? But can you imagine being able to like crush that or take the gem off? It basically
I was
renders
thinking about something like
the
that.
rod useless. But if you throw it, it like casts like Blizzard or something.
Oh wow.
So like you basically just sacrifice the entire thing. But what it does is like gives you a blizzard, so like you basically like kind of like sneak away, kind of like Ninja
look at
Vanish.
that as like that's its power source, and like you could theoretically get another one, but it would take a lot of doing.
And that's what I mean is like you would basically destroy the use of the item itself, and it would have no more magic. So I've definitely thought about being able to like upgrade items like this.
Sure.
But sometimes you don't need them to be the last weapon you're gonna hold.
Sure.
Because again, how often is it where it's like you're basically always waiting for the last weapon you're gonna have? Whereas how often is it really kind of fun to have that like, this isn't going to be the best weapon, but it is better than what I have now. Almost not quite to the extent of video games where you're swapping them out all the time, because we've talked about that where D&D doesn't really make you want to hold onto your weapon, but it also really doesn't give you good upgrades. It's really just you get a +1 and then you get like your best weapon ever. But yeah, there could be a lot of fun options with this.
I 100% agree. 100%.
Okay, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, should we move on?
Yeah, no, I'm very
good?
happy. I'm very pleased with that.
All right, item number 1 for today down. We have the Black Ice Scepter.
So that's we're gonna call it for ability. What could it do? Stats and abilities. What's its lore? How did it get its name? We'll just say the dude named it. Okay. No, I was just making sure I had all of our categories filled in for that last one. But
and I kind of like the lore is like, again, I like the idea of just having this like like some army or some nation steeped in like forever winter territory where it's like always snowy.
Sure.
And like again, this is just the kingdom, and these are like the highest battle mages, like its army, and these are just the mages in the army. I kind of like that as its lore. Like this is just a standard issue.
Okay.
When you get to a certain rank of mage in this army, this is your standard issue of sidearm.
Got you.
That's why I say I'm totally fine with it being rare, as in you have to either go to that kingdom or find somewhere they did battle to find one.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason why they're rare, is because they're not like,
no, I feel
they're
that.
not everywhere. They have to come from that nation. And their only way you're going to find it is either go there or find out where one of their soldiers fell and they didn't lose or like someone didn't already take the weapon.
Sure.
So like I think
so
that's
like they could have
cool.
like eventually like filtered through, and like maybe you might find one in a shop somewhere because some adventurer sold it to them.
There should be a ruin,
whatever,
whatever.
So okay, no, that's very
and that's
fair.
why rare makes perfect sense. You're not,
does.
You're probably
It
not going to
100%
find more
does.
than one, but when you do, you're going to have more, I think, lore, more connection.
No, I totally get that vibe.
Because it's like if two people run into each other and they both have a ring of witches, that's going to be more like, hey, I got one of those.
Right.
But you're walking around with this thing and you're like, let's battle. And you pull out the Black Eye Scepter and someone else goes, let's battle. And you're like,
there's no
hold up, we got to talk. Like we got to talk. Where the fuck did you get that?
Exactly.
Like, that's not something that you would want to just like, okay, we're going to fight and never talk to each other again. Like, whoa, hold on. Are we on the same side? Did we just become best friends? Yup. Do you still have 3 charges? Because I still got 3. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, wild. No, I think that's very cool. I like that a lot.
All right, cool. So we got to move on. Okay, so now I have 14 more items. So chat, we are going to do another D12. I need 2 items, 2 numbers from chat. Numbers 1 through 12. Anybody in chat, give me a number 1 through 12. I need 2 numbers. If I roll that number, you will get to select the item. We have a 7 from Darkwell. Anybody else out there in the ether want to take a stab at this? Anybody else? Look at that shocked face of mine because no one's voting.
Sadness.
Absolute shock and awe. Nope. Is Kage gonna have to do it? Kage might have to do it.
All right.
All right, 3, 7, and 3. Oh, it's a 3.
Wild. Guess what I'm picking?
Give me a number and give me top to down.
We're gonna pick 3 and we're going from the bottom up.
Bottom up. So 1, 2, 3. Simply titled Orb.
Okay.
I love the fact that I renamed these because now that it's been so long, I have absolutely zero idea what any of these are anymore.
Yeah, yep.
So it is kind of cool to just.
I'm sorry, Soul. I stole your thunder. It was a 3 though. Oh
my God! This one.
Don't remember if this is one that I submitted or not. It's square, so I kind of feel like it is.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like straight out the gate, it looks like a crystal sphere. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. But like honestly, I just look at that and go, so that's High Point. That's what High Point could potentially look like from the outside if there were no phlogiston. Like if you honestly want to think about it, if there were no phlogiston in between the crystal spheres where you couldn't see shit. Technically, that is technically what a crystal sphere should look like.
So if you like got up to the outside of it and we're just like on the
and there was nothing really blocking your view and you could truly just see one in nothingness, that's pretty much what High Point looks like from the outside. I'll be right back, but
that's wild.
That's pretty much it. That's 100% what
I fucking love that. I gotta go check. I gotta go check to see if this is one that I submitted or not. Because that's very interesting. Where did we end up putting these? We put these in community ideas? Question mark? Yes, it was under image to item. Oh, but that's not where it originally was. So I don't know if we have the old ones in there. We do have Soul's old ones because they reposted theirs. Let me go look back. I think that was in community chat that we originally had that.
Do you know what's hilarious about this picture that I want to bring up? It's obviously AI generated. It's obviously, you know,
Sure.
a digital graphic for all intents and purposes. But you know what's funny? Either this is a comp image, and that's a real crystal ball. That was a real picture of a real crystal ball, and that everything else was put into it. Or this person's an idiot. And you want to know why? Because if it's a real crystal ball, it's actually really well done Photoshop wise. Like graphically, it's great that they took a real image and did all of that to it and made it look inside the ball. They did really good at that. But if this is 100% generated, explain why there are 3 completely different reflections in a void of nothing. Like, that is a light source. That is an overhead lamp. That is a overhead lamp. That you see it, right? That is the color of a lamp. There's the light source, and there's like the little dish around like a ceiling lamp. That looks like a window, and that looks like a TV monitor almost, or vice versa. That looks like a window, and that looks like TV. But those look like light sources that are more natural. That top one is 100. So if this is a real crystal ball that was on a table that they took a picture of, and they couldn't crop out all of the reflections, this is a really well done image because everything does look inside of a real crystal ball. But if they didn't, what the fuck are those? What could those possibly be in this void of nothing that would make 3 of these weird that has to be a real, I'm thinking it's a real crystal ball image that was doctored and they just couldn't get rid of the reflections.
Interesting.
But that's you see wild. It though, right? Like, is it just me? Like, Chad,
I mean, like from here, let me see if I can pull it up on my
end. Legit. It like again, if I just like scroll in, what is this? This has to be like a reflection on like if that was a glass crystal ball that looks just like a lamp or like a top-down light. This almost looks like a computer screen. You see how it's almost like distorted, but it looks flat and square like a computer screen. It even has the RGB distortion.
Yeah.
And then this one over here looks almost too good, but also it almost looks like an outdoor window. You know what I mean? Almost like the sky or something.
Or maybe there's maybe the shade's drawn.
Yeah,
and it's just glowing because there's light behind it.
Yeah, but this definitely gives me those kind of vibes.
Interesting.
Anyway, just weird that I noticed. All right, so okay, so this basically would have to be, if we're gonna not just call it high point, because I kind of just all I see is high point now, so I can't. Now I'm having to get away from that. So if it's not high point, if this is not what high point looks like outside, if it's not a spellcasting focus, it's either going to be a super powerful like grenade or a power source. I'm thinking like, could this be a divine power source? Like literally a god put the power of a galaxy in this orb to then fuel magic.
I feel like this might end up being closer to more of like a lore item, one that like players aren't necessarily meant to have and like hold on to,
right?
Just because of how,
I mean, because it's like for me,
how easily game breaking that could be anything that you attach to a galaxy.
Well, and that's why again, it just depends on like if it's just supposed to be a powered item, right? Like it's just kind of like how in Men in Black, right? Like, you know, the power source, the marble.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering like if that's the case, could this be like an artificer, item where maybe this is the reactor to a location, like a giant sentient magical building, or maybe this is the power reactor to a weapon. Like this is the actual source that you put into the weapon, and this is what. Again, what if this is like the plot item? What if this is you? What if you need to go find this, and you need to go take kind of like remember? So here we go. This is the plot of The Fifth Element, the movie The Fifth Element. This is the fifth element. This is the thing you need to get, and you need to go take it to the temple. You insert it, and the temple becomes a giant gun. Basically, it's like a giant planet-saving weapon, and this is either the bullet or this is what powers it. And your whole campaign,
because there's a place in there, I really like the idea of like maybe it's not actually a place contained within the thing, but it's you viewing it, and you might like maybe the
like
same thing that you said, like you could go there.
Oh, kind of like what Darkwood was saying, like a magical traveling, like a
potentially, yeah. So like maybe it's another plane of existence. Maybe it's like, and that's just what it looks like when that's what it's attached to.
So
So it could look like different things on the inside, or like when you
So
go
then in that
through
particular
it.
case, why not? Why I would just say that because this it exists as a spell. Why not call this the Orb of Scrying? And it could be from a deity of
Well,
knowledge.
scrying just lets you look.
Yeah, but this is the Orb of Scrying from a deity of knowledge, meaning that if you get your hands on this as a mortal, you can look anywhere. Period. Anyway, you could just say, I want to look at this person. I know their name. It'll find them and show it. Like anything. You can just look at anything. Anyway, it is a godlike item. It is the god of knowledge, or you can, give it to a god of like proper responsibility that would need it. But the point is imagine being able to get this. Like you said, maybe it's not meant to be held, but it's quite literally the god of knowledge, and it's their ability to just look wherever they want. But imagine a mortal got a hold of it and just said, what's on the other side of this door? And it goes, pff, that's like, well, what's a mile away? Pff, well, where's my mom? Pff. Like, just imagine being able to ask it a question and all it can do is show you a location. There's no, again, it's like, again, it could be all of High Point. The idea is this, it's literally anything. And this is what it looks like when you're not asking it a question. You ask it and then it zooms in. That's all you see is it just do that like hyper zoom. Huh?
Can you hear?
I mean, it's a godlike item. Why not? Again, if this is truly like a godly item, why not? Let's just make this to where you could put your it basically acts like you could put your consciousness anywhere. You could just think of a place or think of a name and it will find it. And I love the idea of like Google Sky. Like it'll just go and just zoom in on that point in wherever you are. And this is just its default look. When you pick it up, this is what it looks like until you think of something and then you just see it go, and then you're like, what the fuck am I looking at?
Is it like seeing eye, where somebody who casts like see invisibility or something would be able to see that there's
I would say
there?
no, because it's a godlike item. Again, not meant to be in the hands.
Sure.
This is a artifact. This is beyond artifact. This is.
Would there be any way to magically detect that somebody is watching you?
I would say that if you were able to know a god was watching, if you wrote that into your realm that you could detect a god watching you, then sure. Like, or maybe when a mortal uses it, maybe there's a easier chance to tell. You know what I mean? Like maybe the mortal can't hide it. But I just think, like, again, it would be kind of cool because it would be a plot device item. It would be an item they don't intend to keep forever, but you give them to them for a small chunk of the adventure to get certain things done. And then, of course, they'll use it on their own for however they want. But eventually they'd have to like give it up. Like the whole point is not for them to keep it forever. It's just that it's a great item to drop in for crazy lore purposes.
I'm kind of not mad at that.
But just getting it. Just again, testing your players with, if you could ask to see and be, like mentally anywhere.
Could you like have like full control over it? Like zoom in on this town. Now zoom in on that building. Now zoom in on that person walking.
I would say why not? Like again, like it's literally just, again, you see that and you're just like, imagine being able to look at this and just go, what's that light? And it just goes, and you're like, oh, well, what's near this? What's over there? Or you go, hey, go into the vault. Okay, walk forward. Okay, so it looks like like you could just look around a room and just tell it to, like, you don't have to walk around like VR, but you could just do the or you turn it and you're like, oh, I don't even have to like at first you would do that, you would be looking around and then all of a sudden you realize you could be like, oh, I could just move this around and look, and then I realize like you could just learn how it works, but eventually, yes, it would basically just be like a drone.
Is this
wherever you want?
Attunement required item?
I don't know, because what I would equate this to is, remember when we were talking about before in other streams, we talked about Sandman from Neil Gaiman.
Yes.
You know how all of their gods have like what do they call them? They have the like 3 items that represent them and their power.
Yeah.
They all have like 3 trinkets. That's just kind of what I think of like that. Like, is it really an attunement item? I don't know, but I do kind of think it's like one piece of a god's collection. Like their items that they need to do like their work, kind of thing. So like Sandman, he had his mask, he had his medallion, and then what else did he have? He had the mask, the medallion, and was it a ring? The mask, medallion, and something else.
Why do I feel like there's a staff?
maybe. But yeah, but
Something like that, yeah.
But yeah, so I'm thinking, I don't know if it really requires attunement, because like, what would that really solve? Like, realistically, like this is a godlike item and you found it. It's like, what is attuning to it really solve outside of not letting you use it if you already have attuned items?
I kind of like the idea of like, and again, especially if it's a godlike item, like you can like pop it in and out, like it's got like it goes into his own little pocket dimension or whatever.
Yeah.
Protect against like theft and stuff like that. Or
I feel like that makes it too intentful. Like I feel like that would mean like the god intended it to be wielded by mortals. I kind of like the idea that this is like they didn't ever intend a mortal to have it, so it wasn't really like we didn't really think to put hella guards on it because you're not really supposed to use it. Yeah. And what are you going to use it for anyway? Like in reality, a mortal can't do anything devastating with it.
I imagine a god of mischief stole this and like let it loose, or something like that, just to see what happens, just to fuck with this god. Maybe he pissed him off or something like that, and like
I could see that. Yeah, or gave it to one of his like dire followers to help them out, and then they failed on their mission,
and then they lost it. Like you.
Yeah. Oh, hydrate! Thank you so much for that.
Oh, please and thank you.
Interesting. Darkwell suggests like maybe it's like if you abuse it too much, like it becomes like the eye of the god itself, or is the eye of the god itself. So if you abuse it, it like looks back at you and it's like, oh, there I am. Like that could be interesting. I could definitely see, but again, this wouldn't really be an item that I would worry too much about abuse, because again, from a god's point of view, I could see why this would be like a cool like representation of them. But I can't really imagine a god concerned
I would say
that an individual mortal has.
I would say this: if you ever try and look at the god,
find the god, and then it looks back at you.
Yes,
I'm totally okay with that.
I would say that. I'd be like, who's looking at me with my own thing?
Because that will be the one way it can find it. Is if you ever try to find the god, that will be the one thing it can do to like find its own item, kind of thing. That would be interesting.
I think, but like this is the thing you don't tell the player.
Yes.
Right now, let me ask you this. If you just said, not knowing what the god that created it was, show me the god that created this, would it show it to you? Or is this one of those things where you have to know what you're actually asking?
I don't know how much you have to know. I think that's kind of the beauty of it, is it's not like every other scrying, right? This is like, it's smarter than you. Because normally we say that magic isn't intelligent. This is godlike magic. It's way smarter than you. So it knows before you do what you want to see, and thus knows where to go. I feel like this is the one time we can say magic knows better than the caster. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it has omnipotence as a god does. Like, if you asked it where Zenith was, it may just draw a blank. But anything its level or lower, it would have access to, kind of thing.
Sure.
So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with it even having like a contingency where, kind of like all godlike items, right? Like the idea is, they are that gods. It is your responsibility. If you lose them, it's on you to figure out those consequences, right? Because that's how Zenith runs things. He's like, I got rules, but rules are...
Does this permeate planes of existence?
I would think so. Because again, I mean, I would say you could make the argument for it. It depends on the DM and how they do things.
Sure.
But I would be okay saying that like the god doesn't automatically know where it is. And that's kind of a byproduct of the pure power. Like, hey, great power comes with great responsibility. You're responsible for these items. If you lose them, you're going to be responsible for the fallout, right? So if you lose one of your items, you A, don't want to admit it, and B, you want to go figure out where the fuck it is and stop it from like hurting you. But here's the catch, right? When all of these gods were allowed to have these items, you just say that if you lose it, you don't just gonna automatically find it, but they all have a contingency. So like if the person who finds your eye, Mr. God, and they try to find you, you'll know exactly where your item is because you'll be basically looking in a mirror. So things like that, where like that God, so that's what their hope is. Their hope is that someone looks for them.
See into the anomaly.
No.
Is there a reason that's different than planes of existence?
Yes. I like this. Chat, what do you guys think? I kind of just, So what if the god is so abstract that the party hasn't heard of? Yeah, I mean, well, that's why I say like that's why like I like the idea of like the contingency is if someone ever tries to use this to find the owner or named god, like basically if at any point, whether it's intentful or not, the person basically makes a call to the owner, the owner's going to get it back. Like that's the whole point, right? Like if you lose your item, we have to have like it's a godlike item. We can't just have mortals have it. But I'm also not just going to let you just go and snap it back to yourself, right? There's got to be that like even gods have to have punishments and consequences. So I could easily see that to where all the gods would have a trigger that, if done, would allow them to find their item, because it could be like the, you know, a trigger to make sure that, you know, a mortal doesn't blow things up, like literally. But at the same time, it's still one of those, but you're not just going to be able to get it back because the consequences are going to be you fixing whatever the mortal breaks. Because if they take your item and then say, go do something against a god that you're friends with, but that god finds out that it was your power that was wielded against them, now you have to go and deal with negotiating that relationship now.
Would you say that if you look at another god, not this one that created this, would they notice?
I would say that's for high point purposes. That's where it comes down to the power level. Like depending on which god had this, it would be one of those things where it wouldn't be able to look at anything higher than it. Peers would be able to tell, and anything lower than it would just basically be like, you know, a high powered wizard looking at you, level 1 with scrying. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of one of those power balance things. If it's his peers would know, anybody above would be protected, and anything. Would you say
the lower ones would have a chance to find out?
I would say it's situational. Most of them know, but there's always exceptions.
Sure.
There's always reasons why you would have heightened perception or an ability to check it. But it's more or less a tier of power kind of thing.
Gotcha.
Than it is really a. It's not really a balancing thing. It's just more of a, if they're that much more powerful than you, they just know how to hide. I like this. I like this just because, again, this isn't an item that you're like throwing in the game for them to find, for them to keep. But just this idea that for a couple gaming sessions, you can give them an item that will show them anything they want to see. That's just, and not anything like, it won't fabricate an image. But if you want to see a location or you want to know where someone is, and again, it won't tell you where they are. So imagine you're like, oh, we're looking for the BBEG. Where's the BBEG? And it just hella zooms in from this, hella quick to a planet to a.
But like, theoretically, you could just zoom out, get the aerial map view.
But this isn't Google Maps, man. Think about think about just giving you a map. But then it's like, yeah, you could zoom out all you want, but that doesn't tell you where you're at. You know, so yes, it could be helpful. But in the mortal's hands, if you say, show me the BBG, you're just going to see him in a bedroom. You know, you're going to see him in a throne room. You're going to see him in his vault.
Sure.
And sure, you could like walk around, but to an extent, how much can that really help you?
Depends on how much time you're willing to spend doing it.
Yeah, I mean, you can map out like their whole castle. You could look at like, you know, where their guards go. Like you could do a lot with it, but I don't know how many players would dedicate the time.
Listen, if your DM asks you, hey, we got a week's worth of downtime, what are you doing with it? And you're like, I'm doing this shit. I'm like,
that would be cool though.
All right, Negro, like do it.
You got a couple questions in chat for you.
Oh, let's take a gander. I
guess responses to what you were saying.
I think if you spy on a god, I'd say they'd know. Again, I do agree with Vortex, like, depending on, because this was created by a god, I do think that they have the ability, like, if any mortal would ever try and spy on a god, it might be possible, but they would know.
Yeah.
They would know, like, because they'd be able to feel that mortal magic.
Well, and that's why I like the idea that there are definitely exceptions in the hands of a mortal. This wouldn't be at its peak, but it is still a mortal item. You know what I mean? So that's why I say, like, for me, it would just depend on the power. But a mortal wouldn't be able to get away with nearly as much.
Sure.
I totally agree. A mortal shouldn't be able to use it to the extent a god could.
Yes, very much so. Because, you know, the god's perception is so much vaster than ours is. Like, we are only able to look at it like.
Actually, you know what even a great way to even represent that is? This has an infinite number of viewpoints. As in, you can look at any number of things at once, but your brain would never be. So you could be like, oh, show me where the BBG is and show me where all three of his minions are. And it would, all at once. It would just be a jumbled mass of
Oh, so it
nothing
wouldn't
to
be
you.
like different sections of
No.
it. It would all overlap.
It would just be a feed of nonsense to you. But to a god, you're like, yep, I know where all 5 of them are. Show me where these 10,000 people are. Okay, that's where they all are. To a god, this orb shows you everything, and you're just like, yep. But to a mortal, if you try to do 2 things, it would basically just everything mashes together in a way that you can't comprehend it.
Interesting.
Like imagine trying
So
to
you
watch.
could do them back to back, but not at the same time.
But it would be able to be capable of that. A mortal just couldn't. So that's what I mean by even a god would be able to use it to an extent a mortal couldn't.
Why do I feel like it would be so cool if this thing could like project an image, like almost like you're in it,
Interesting.
like almost like a little like light hologram. They like, set it in like an orb in the middle of the room, and it projects the room that you want to be in around you.
I see.
So you could like walk around the room and like see how far stuff away is and stuff like that.
I wouldn't mind that, but honestly, what I would like that to do is okay. So there's this, right? I would almost like
Another item that does it to this.
Well, no. So what I would like is another item, let's say by the followers of this god, or just another, but a mortal item, a mortal version of this, where you can take an orb and it looks empty, and you can put it in a room and say a command word, and it basically takes a 360-degree image, and that's what you see inside the orb. And at any point, you can put the orb down and say a command word, and it now projects that room around it. So basically, it's a full 3D camera in an orb, and at any point you say the command word, it just goes snapshot, and so you can take that image elsewhere. You can take it to a different house, put it down, and then go project the image, and now you're
So
walking around
it's
that
got to
other
be in a
room.
place you've been before.
I would say that would be a cool mortal version of it. But again,
Sure.
what if you snuck this in somewhere? Like you go in, you set it down, and you say it like you just have it like on a command word somehow, and then you just, or like a timer, and then just later on it like takes it. Imagine like a higher level one where they could take video. So you could put it down in a room and then like take a command word, and then for the next hour, it'll just record everything. And then so you come back in the room later, grab it, leave, and then you can replay that hour
Does it
as
have to
you
have
wish.
line of sight?
I would say that for visuals, yes. For audio, it just has to be within earshot. So if you put it in a desk, all it would be is like a tape recorder. But if you put it on the desk, it would, everything it can see, it would project.
Interesting.
I think that could be a separate but cooler item for mortals, is literally a video, a photography orb or a video orb that literally just does that. You put it down, because imagine how cool that would be. You just walk into a room and they're just like, oh, do you mind if we record this? And they just take out an orb and go click, and they go, all right, so let's just have a chat. We're just gonna do this so we can talk back later. So imagine like you go to a courtroom and they're just like, that's not what I said. Click. That's what you said. Click. You know what I mean? Like, how cool would that be? Just a whole society where everyone carries around these orbs, kind of like cell phones, where it's just like, can you imagine like a street fight? Like imagine this, you're in the town, right? And you do like a bar fight scene, and all of a sudden you see like half the people, instead of leaving, they all just sit and pull out orbs. You see everyone just pull out an orb and do this while they're watching you.
I swear that was an episode of Black Mirror.
That's what I'm saying.
It was like their memories. Like you could like literally like hook up your memories to like the TV and like play them back.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the one where you have the implant that records everything.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking about like for cell phones, right? Like the in-game version of cell phones where there's a bar fight. Like you do a bar fight and everyone just pulls out an orb, and they're all just holding
So
their orbs
wild.
up. You see it's like some guy who's short in the back doing this. He's like trying to hold his orb up just so he can see what's going on.
I want to see.
And then like the guards come in and they're like, what happened here? And you see everyone just turn theirs on, and it's like from every different angle, everyone's just showing off what you did, and you're just like, well, yes, we did start it, okay.
All right, I guess it was.
And then again, you could just go one step further. Like you could drop little hints. Like every shop you walk into, there's just like an orb stuck in the ceiling.
Their security camera.
Dude, can
That's
you imagine
funny.
that? Like you could literally just do that at all times. You could just, I like this idea. I like both of these ideas. Question for us. You're giving me evil ideas for the mortal version. Well, that's good. I would make an orb like that could come in different rarities, so they are better, worse recording. Well, yeah, that's why I say like a photo cam versus a video version, and then you would have like different like time lengths. One for a minute, one for 10 minutes, one for an hour. And then you can have reusable ones. So you could have disposable ones, like they only get one thing, which like the one thing, like the one shots could be kind of like the Harry Potter cameras. The ones give you just like.
Would they be able to store multiple images?
Probably not. I think it'd be fair, like, because I'm thinking about like marble size, right? So you imagine like you just literally carry around like a pouch of marbles that are like photos. And then like the ones that are like palm sized would be like 10-minute recordings. And then you'd have ones that are like crystal ball sized that are like an hour or longer.
Okay.
You know, so you could have like size differences. But I mean, I just kind of like the idea of like you have these orbs on a desk, right? And you look at them and they all look like they're a photo, like a 3D photo. But then you go put them down and say a command word and then it projects the whole photo so you're in the room. I mean, like imagine like the real world version of you being able to go sit in your living room and then just pull one of those out and just sit in your like your parents' living room, like from the house you were growing up in. Or like, again, going on vacation, you're like, I'm done with work. I had a stressful day. Just pull out an orb, and now you're on vacation at your favorite spot.
Now I'm thinking, imagine if you like entangled two of these, and you had one in yours area, and I had one in mine, and we both turned them on, and it's like you're in the room with me.
So that would be
and then like you could like interact with each other.
Yeah, conference call versions.
Yes.
You could totally make a conference call version of this, where if you activate them, they live project. So you basically make a pair.
Yes.
They'll both live project the immediate like 10-foot area.
Like the fucking in Star Wars, every time they have the little dudes pop up.
Just like the little hologram. That. Yeah. So we could totally make some mortal versions of this that, yeah, you can make cameras, you can make video, you could do voice calls, you could do video calls. Like it totally makes sense that you could just have this thing that just looks around and just projects what it can see in a in like 10-foot area. That's totally great. Yeah, kind of an advanced version of sending stones. Exactly. Yeah, no, I there's so many different ways that you could have fun with that, right?
I do like that. And then instead of the whole galaxy would just be the location or whatever.
It looks like a camera image until you say a command word, and then it just, and then you're just walking around that image for a bit. Like, I think that just that hits some sentimental spots, even not as a D&D player, but like, you know, images like photographs are a big deal, right? Like taking photos and video of life is a big deal. Can you imagine being able to like live it again? Like, again, it's like the better part of VR. You know what I mean? Just literally be able to sit in a room and just like hear the sounds of like just be able to record like, you know, the like, again, a place that you really like, you know, a crackling fire, a stream, someone just talking in the background.
Yep.
Imagine at a concert, you just turn that on and then at any point you could just be back at that concert listening to it as if it were that same day.
So wild.
Like, that's some crazy shit.
That'd
Turning
really
this into a holo communicator from Star Wars is crazy. That's how we do it here.
Absolutely facts.
Okay, so I think we're okay with this one. So what are we gonna call this? Is this just the Eye of Divine Scrying? Or instead of the Orb of Divine Scrying, be like the Divine Eye. We can just call it the Divine Eye.
I like the Divine Eye.
And it is a godlike orb of scrying that can understand intent and can find any object, item, person, or location the wielder can think about. And that's just basically it, right? It can, and then you just say it can, it can show and view sounds. Like you can see and hear at the location.
I like what you said earlier. You can treat it as if you were there.
Yeah.
Or if your consciousness was there is what I wrote.
Yeah.
But okay. Fine.
See, we don't want to name it a god though, because everyone uses a different god. So I wouldn't name it after a high point god, and I wouldn't want to name it after a traditional god. So I try to stay away from names. Until at least I get until I get high point more popular, and I can start using like some of my NPC names. But I try to stay away from names just because I don't want to give credit to Wizards of the Coast, and we're not popular enough, I think, to give it names in that respect, right? So I know I don't mind like the Divine Eye or the Eye of Scrying, or
honestly I feel like
Divine Clairvoyance is honestly
I feel like scrying feels a little too mundane for me. It feels like a mortal could do that, and I'm like, no, this is more than just scrying. This is literally seeing with a god's eye, which is
what about the Omniscry?
Omniscry?
Because it can literally be anywhere, and like it can be everywhere and everywhere, because it can do multiple, so it can literally see anything and as many as it wants. You just don't know that yet. So it's called the Omni Scry, and as a mortal, you think, oh, because it can go anywhere. But as a god, you're like, no, Omni, as in I can look at anything I want all at once. Like, I can look at multiple things, and that's the idea, right? It can spy
What about
on
the
multiple...
Omni Eye?
Ooh, the Omni Eye of Scry. I don't mind the Omni Eye. I just feel like that might... I feel like that could give different I don't know if that brings up the right ideology.
Sure.
Omni Scry, I think, is the right direction. It doesn't sound catchy
For me,
but it's the right direction.
I'm not 100% sure why, but the words Scry does not seem to fit for what this thing is. It feels like Scry is not doing it justice. Scry, like it does point you in the right direction as to what it does, but it just feels like it sells it so short that it's not divine enough. It's not grand enough. It just Scry. You know, like when I hear the word Scry, I think of somebody doing this over a map. Like, you know, like I know, like there's actual like
when I think of scrying in D&D, it's literally like looking at somebody.
It is literally it is, but like just that's what comes up in my mind. So I want something that's like
the Orb of Omnipresence.
The Orb of Omnipresence. Okay.
Because again, just like a god, we know when we say like, you know, like a god can be, you know, is always watching, they're always with you. Like the idea that this literally puts the god in the room with you, right? So it's literally, when we talk about God being omnipresent, the god that holds this orb is quite literally omnipresent. He can literally be anywhere and everywhere he wants to be in that room with you as far as he's concerned. And from the god's point of view, he'd be able to cast his magic there, even though a mortal, you wouldn't be able to. You know what I mean? Like that would be the limit. Like, but a god would be able to cast magic through like the scry.
Oh yeah.
Whereas a mortal wouldn't.
I mean, if the god's consciousness is there.
That's what I mean. So like that. So what about that? What about the orb of omnipresence?
I'm not mad at that.
It gives it still doesn't give you exactly what it's meant to do, but once you understand it, you're like, okay, I get it, because it literally, you know, the verbiage says it puts you there.
Sure.
As far as you're concerned, you're there. Like no one else knows you're there, but you are. That might as well be omnipresent, because while you don't know it, you can be in multiple places at once. You just don't know how.
Sure.
But you're there. You still are. Yeah, I like that. Omnipresence. And again, you know, O and O. It's always nice, you know, it's always catchy when you can get like those. Yeah, I kind of like that. Yeah, but see, you're not projecting yourself, Soul. You're not actually there. You're just able to look at it and listen. That's why I went scrying.
Oh, did he say astral projection?
He went orb of omni projection. And it's like, but you're not really projecting yourself. You're just, you have a presence there that you can interact with. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with orb of omnipresence. I think that's the verbiage I would go with.
Okay. I am not mad at that.
I still can't get over the fact that it just literally looks like like I'm never gonna get over the fact that that's what it looks like. But again, considering a god of High Point, this is what their orb would look like at default, right? Because they're not focused anywhere.
Right.
So when they're not focused, it's just literally looking at the sphere itself. And then whenever it needs to, it'll just jump to wherever it needs to go. I kind of like that. All right. Well, shall we stick with tradition and do one more?
Well, theoretically, we usually only do two. We do one more.
Done two?
Yeah, we've only done two. We've got 4 total. Now this is 6. But I think we have time to do one more.
I think we can do one more at least. It's a Friday. I'm okay with doing at least one more.
Yeah.
I don't know about doing 2 more, but we could probably do one. I mean, we're almost at the 2-hour mark, so this one will probably take us closer to. This will definitely take us over 2 hours.
Sure.
Probably closer to 2:30. So yeah, we could do one. All right. So, orb of omnipresence. All right. Well. We have 13 items, and Soul has chosen number 5. So, let's roll and see what we get for the last item of today's image to item. Rolled a 7. We're gonna go, we went bottom to top last time, so we'll go from top down. Oh. 7, right in the middle. Ooh, this one is simply titled Demonic Sword.
I already did the Rose Blade.
So I don't know what this one is, but let's find out. Let's do our last image to item and figure out what this demonic sword is.
All right. Oh, wow. I remember this one.
Interesting. Okay, so we have some creatures of the abyss in the background.
I'm confident this has got to be made by AI.
Oh yeah, you can tell with the 2 heads and then
connected
no
to each
heads
other.
over here. Yeah. But okay, so we have this ethereal, I'm getting shadow vibes. You know what I mean? I'm getting like Shadow Realm, like you know what I mean? Just because the creatures, I'm mainly getting Shadow. So I'm thinking, yeah, there's like serpents, there's shadows. I'm getting this like etherealness, maybe electricity, but it's also kind of like blue and wavy. So I'm getting more of ethereal, more like an essence than like electricity. It's really, I mean, we're definitely thinking like great sword. Like this is definitely a hefty sword.
Yes.
That's a 2-handed sword for sure.
Yes. Definitely.
I'm thinking, okay, so we're thinking it's definitely a weapon for sure. Let's see, so yeah, we need a weapon. Okay, so thinking magical for sure. Just by the look of it itself, it needs to be magical. So I'm thinking it either has to, like, I'm getting the vibe based on what I'm looking at here with like the creatures and the way that it's just like glowing. Either this thing has to summon in some form or another, whether it's like the summon spell or whether like from it, these things come out. So it either summons these like serpent-like creatures, either off the blade or just from another dimension, or it helps you like traverse into another dimension. Like you can literally like cut a hole into the shadow dimension and step through it to like shadow walk. Like those are the two vibes I'm getting from it. I mean, I'm not getting damage. Like I'm not feeling that when you swing this, it will do some extra supernatural damage to you.
Its ability isn't going to be attached. Yeah.
I'm feeling like its ability is more about either where it's from or the essence that made it. It feels like it's attached to somewhere. That's what I'm getting.
I agree.
And I feel like either the creatures are from that place and you're able to work with them, control them, and bring them to your help, or they're just the creatures of that location that you can go to or access somehow.
I kind of like to combine it a little bit, where imagine if you cut and opened a portal, but not one you can step through, one that they come through.
Okay, so that's like the way that you summon it.
Yes,
like
you like cut a thing open and this can come out, and then they can go back whenever they please or something like that. I'm also getting like very much electric eel vibes. Like imagine like abyssal electric eels, like
ethereal eels.
Yes, but like they can like imagine they can like fly through the air.
I definitely feel like flying. So would they be offensive or defensive? If we were talking about bringing them to your aid, are they offensive, defensive, or they support? Because I'm thinking like either A, they fly around you and act kind of like, you know, a shield at some point, or they are now available to attack for you, or they don't really do either, but they like help buff you or something. You know what I mean? Like they're just more of a support, but they don't really look like healing. Like I said, I'm not really getting any elemental damage.
I mean, I'd like to see some lightning damage added to the blade at the very least.
See, I'm not getting lightning from it though. I mean, I see where you're saying with the eels. I'm not getting really lightning from.
I mean, I see a little bit of crackling energy coming off of the blade there.
It looks more like wispy to me. It doesn't look
Is
like
it?
that. Yeah, it looks.
Hold on,
it looks
maybe
a
I'm
little
just
bit
too
more-
far away.
It just kind of looks like almost like a frosted, like frost flames. Like cold flames almost, and less like electric arcing. So. But I'm really getting like a lot from the background too.
Yeah, I can
feel
agree
like
with that.
This definitely feels like it comes from a place. You know what I mean? I feel like this is steeped in a location. And I don't mean like a swamp. I'm talking about like
the Shadowfell or something like that.
Oh, that's perfect. The Shadowfell. Like this is a perfect like dark corner of the Shadowfell. You know what I mean? Hell, do we even know Shadowfell creatures? Are there any eel-like creatures from the Shadowfell that we could like link this to? I'm liking that. I'm definitely liking that.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting like what we were talking about last time. Like I'm almost thinking like, I don't know if this is like a one of a kind or if this is part of like a group like of knights. You know what I mean? It looks like a knightly. So it definitely looks like, I'm thinking like whoever's wielding this is in like full like dark plate.
I imagine these blades are blades of like maybe like max 4 or 5 demonic warriors that originated from this realm. The only way to get one is to like kill one.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
That's how I see these. So like if there's more than one, if it's not just a singular warrior, then there's like max.
I'm definitely thinking like very rare for sure. Like this isn't a lot. I'm just thinking like this, this feels like it's not the only one. I just feel like this is like, like from this location, I'm feeling like these are well-known great warriors, right? Like these are like the fiercest of this location, and this is their weapon of choice.
When
like
you see one of these things, it's scary.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we've crossed a line.
Yeah.
Now I'm starting to think of, and it's now, I don't know why, but it's reminding me of the Fate series. And it's kind of giving me for some reason, it's giving me vibes of Lancer's half of his weapon, where I look at this and I'm almost like, I almost just want this blade to like be what it like, just essentially like it ignores armor. Like it just does damage directly like to you.
You're talking about the first one.
Yeah, Fate Zero, when like he had the one blade that can go through armor.
Yeah.
But then the other blade can only touch skin, but that basically will like poison you. So the whole point is he makes you realize your armor's useless. Then he flips the blade on you to get to
uses the other one.
I'm kind of thinking that, but I'm like, it doesn't fit with anything else that we've said. It just kind of like, again, that ethereal blade just makes me feel like I don't want to just do extra damage. I want it to do something scary. As in like their ability, wherever they're from, what they bring to the battle is unique to them.
So I kind of get like, not like a symbiote, but kind of like Venom. Like imagine there was this like ichor or something, a residue that it leaves behind after this blade is like hit you. And either for a certain number of rounds or like until you get some like magical healing to like remove this thing of like a spell slot or higher, like this thing is like either eating away at you or debuffing you somehow.
It's like a curse. You want it to be more like a curse item?
I mean, not necessarily curse, but like that's what it does. So like maybe how does that make me feel like plasma a little bit on the blade now that I'm able to actually look at it a little bit closer. So I don't know, it doesn't,
So it's like we have to decide, because we both want it to be from a place. Like I don't mind
Sure,
the Shadowfell, but like I guess we have to really decide: do we want these eel things to be a representation of where it's from? Like, do we just want them to be help us identify like the source, or are they going to be part of its ability? Like that's I think what we need to decide first: is are we pulling from these eel-like creatures for background or for ability? Because that I think that will help divide us. Because I'm getting so many different ways I could use this, but I keep going back and forth on: are the eels part of it, or are they just representative of where it's from? Because that to me is going to be.
So if these are being wielded by warriors, say a couple, at least 3, I would imagine that their existence is either to protect something, or they're a part of someone's army, right? So that means they likely have a master of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
So my thought process is this master like the master of eels? Or are these eels just their master's like minions, and so they can summon these minions to assist them in whatever battle they're in, trying to defend whatever it is that they're trying to defend, or kill whatever it is that they're trying to kill? Are these eels potentially mounts that they can like ride around on or something like that? Because again, like I agree. I do think that there needs to be like that needs to be defined, but I'm kind of on the fence. Like I could go either way. And again, I don't want to put like too much lore so it says, oh, this has to be this person, or this has to be this thing. I would like to find some sort of okay. What's the stats on this? Weak stats. Oh, wow. They'd be literally what's it called? The phlogiston? That's what's in between the.
Yeah. Actually, hang on a second. I might have some. Might have some. Okay, wait, I might have some stuff here.
Is this regarding the Shadowfell?
Yes. Okay, I think I might have it. Hang on, just give me a second here.
Okay. Running with it.
Entertain the folks. I gotta read some stuff real quick.
All right, let me come back over here. Let me take a look at this again. So when I'm looking at this, like I kind of get, what do you call them? Hellhound vibes, right? Like imagine you found a blade that could just help you summon hellhounds. But like hellhounds are like for a purpose. Like they're like the army of hell, basically. Like the war dogs of hell. So I'm excited to see what Vortex is pulling forth, but if it were to be something that did something other than just summon these creatures to help you fight, what I feel like I wanted to do something unique that isn't just what's always done, like give you extra damage, blow something up. Like I like the idea of maybe be like they're like inflicted with like wounds or something. I always like the idea of being able to like debuff or like screw over your opponent in some way, shape, or form. Now, because we always talk about like buffing ourselves, and that's good, but a lot of the times, like especially when things are going poorly or your rolls aren't just doing what they're supposed to do, it feels like it helps a lot to be able to make the enemies worse, right? And not to like run through everything, but be able to give yourself an opportunity to start doing better, right? To have some of your stuff just go off. So I really like that idea. Like whenever this thing hits, it'll like do something to the opponent that like. I was just that anime that I was on Vortex about a couple weeks ago called World Trigger. There's this one ability that the main character, one of the main characters, was able to copy from somebody else. And it's whenever you hit your opponent, it basically like infects them with, in the anime, it was this like rod or like a pillar, like a portion of a pillar or something, and it just basically added like 100 pounds every time it hit you. So if you got hit with 3 bullets, there'd be 3 spots on you where there's these giant protrusions in your arm that weigh like 100 pounds each. And so we'd make you either you're like stupid strong and you just slows you down a little bit, or you literally can't move. You just fall straight to the ground and you're stuck there, type deal. So I kind of like that idea. Maybe it leaves something on you that reduces your speed. Maybe if you could make multiple attacks, now you can only make one.
Okay,
I don't know.
I think I might have something
I
here.
don't
It's
know.
a little bit more intertwined with D&D lore and Forgotten Realms, but I think I might have it.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through a couple things. So we talked about the Shadow, right?
Sure.
And I think that would be great because it is the plane of shadow, also known as the plane of shadow. And there's a lot of stuff that goes along there, right? So I love this idea of coming from the Shadowfell. There's a lot of stuff that happens in there and a lot of creatures that happen, right? So I think I have 2 candidates for who this sword was made for.
Okay.
I'm gonna go over the one that I think it's the least likely to be, and then we'll go over the one that I think it's more likely to be.
Okay.
But from the Shadowfell, you have the Kryn, which were humanoids, and they were basically the fighters.
See that picture again? Okay.
So they're basically the fighters of the realm. They like to set up ambushes, sit in cover. They wore blackened breastplates, and they usually have like a short sword. But I could see this thing being like a modified version of that. So they're warriors from the Shadowfell.
They could have like elite warriors a part of their team that specifically carried these things. I mean, that one's carrying like a pole arm.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like, so I could totally get this. They don't have any inherent magic qualities, but because of their familiarity with the plane of shadow, they made them resistant to spells and effects that involve shadows.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like the sword could go kind of along with that. But I have, I think, a better option. So continuing with the Shadowfell, we have the Shadowvar.
The what?
The Shadowvar.
Shadowvar. Okay.
These were inhabitants of the whatever this place is called, Thultanthar.
Okay.
Thultanthar, which was also known as the Shade Enclave or the City of Shade. It was in the Netherverse. It was a flying city situated in one of the deserts.
Okay.
And what's really cool about this is it had some really interesting history, but while it traveled, so this would be kind of interesting because it is from a really unique place in the Shadowfell, floating city. But from there, the Shadowvar,
There's a race of people.
yeah, these are those that were from this location, from the Enclave. They were mostly skilled wizards and sorcerers, but had other types and had other, like fighters and everything.
Sure.
And have full of ambition, believing themselves destined for greatness, superior to the weak and worthless masses. The goal of many of the devoted Shadowvar is to undergo the transformation into a shade at the discretion of the Princess of Shade. So their whole like lifestyle is they're these great warriors who want to, in one way or another, become a shade. Whether that's do the religious rite where you go to the temple and do it, or you gain favor from the princess, or some other methods, right? So their whole point is they want to become a shade. And a shade is the humanoids who have merged their essence with shadow stuff.
Shadow stuff.
Like basically they've becoming one with the Shadowfell. So these aren't born. The shade aren't born, they're made. So the Shadowvar, their whole purpose is to be granted the right to become a shade.
Okay.
And be infused with this like essence of shadow. So I'm thinking, why don't we take that? So the Shadowvar want to become a shade. And then you have the Shadow Sea Serpent, which if you look at that image,
Okay.
looks kind of like what we're talking about, right?
Cool.
So we have the Shadow Serpent, gigantic aquatic creatures, bulbous heads, protruding luminescent lanterns, a mouse-shaped like a beak. They were intelligent, could be tasked with guarding a place or an object, or the patrol of the seas. They're air-breathing, warm-blooded predators, hold their breath for extended periods of time. They have some other stuff, echolocation akin to whales. They can go underwater, blind sight, blah, blah, blah. They have some
Can they
combat.
fly through the air too?
Now, these ones can't because they are sea serpents, but I don't see why we couldn't just make a small modification. So I'm kind of like in the fact that we have these shadow sea serpents, and they were bred, the shadow sea serpents were bred by the Shadowvar who want to become shades.
Okay.
Right? So I'm thinking we can tie all of this in and say that this weapon is either, we could either tie it one of two ways. We could say that this weapon is a byproduct of that process, and it's one of the ways you can become a shade by wielding this weapon, and it will slowly turn you into a shade over time.
Interesting.
So that could be this wispiness is the more you do with it, the more it the more it's like charging, and then eventually it could turn you into a shade. Or this is like the granting of you went from a Shadowvar that bred these serpents. Now you're a shade. Here's your sword, and you can summon the serpents you've bred. So kind of like now they're your familiar.
I do like that.
So
and I like the idea of like almost maybe like the most elite get that opportunity.
That's something is like if you like the whole purpose is you wanted to become a shade, so this is like you did it. Here's like you are the top echelon of shade. Here is your great, here's your great sword.
Sure.
And I kind of like that great sword being part of like, again, this idea that these are like these shadow serpents that you can either summon or maybe you can just control. I don't know. I'm trying to think of like, but that's what I'm thinking the lore would be great is a Shadowfell sword of like the Shadowvar or the Shade variety.
Okay.
So at that particular case, what we want to do with it though, in terms of what the Shade actually do. So the Shade, once they become a Shade, so they grew more powerful in areas of darkness and shadow, weaker in exposed light. They possess inherent forms of regeneration that could heal through the most grievous of wounds in moments, and even regrew lost limbs while cloaked in shadows. The Shade's regenerative powers could be negated by contact with radiant energy. They held powers associated to that Shadowfell, such as the ability to leap from shadow to shadow, create shadowy duplicates of themselves, and even become entirely invisible. They could also decrease the amount of light in an area and could see through darkness, even of the magical variety. They could see in complete darkness, including unusual magical darkness. So this is what a Shade can do. So we could give this sword some of those properties. What if this sword, because like, I mean, it wouldn't be, wouldn't be like the only thing it could do, but like, what if this sword could like cast like darkness centered on itself?
I also like the idea that it can give the wielder the ability to see through magical darkness. There's so few ways to do that.
That's what I mean. It's like, so like, not, yeah. So like I like this idea that like while wielding it, you can see through magical darkness.
Yeah.
I don't mind the idea that it could even cast magical
I
darkness.
don't mind that either.
I mean, imagine a warrior being able to just be like, everyone's blind but me. 5 attacks, let's go. At advantage.
What if? What if? The magical darkness that it casts is almost a little bubble overlapping its realm with ours. And that's where the snakes could potentially come out of.
Oh, and while in darkness, the snakes can attack. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking
so, like,
do
then
it.
you never even see the snakes theoretically, but like you can just attack creatures inside of your darkness.
So how about
with
this? Okay,
these-
how about this? So what if we gave the darkness a certain radius, like 15-foot radius, centered on the sword,
let me look at this
or even 15, or like a 10-foot radius.
standard.
But yeah, so we'll say that it has to be centered on the sword because again, it's not the caster, it's the sword.
But so is it casting it or is it emanating it?
Oh, emanating it. So it's always on the sword. It's always going to be with the sword. Like the center of the darkness will always be
Interesting.
with the sword. I kind of like that because if you drop it, you dropped it. But you can still see the darkness because, well, the idea would be you're a shade, so you should be able to because it's a shade's weapon.
Sure,
But if you pick it up and you're not a shade, it grants you that ability to see through darkness. So if you drop it, you're fucked. You drop it in the middle of its darkness phase, you're fucked. Like, oh, where's my sword? But anyway, so I like the idea of it being able to do that, give the wielder the ability to see through it. Now, instead of just summoning these creatures to just like do whatever you want in that darkness, what if we use them to say while clad in darkness, not in the magical darkness, just any darkness, which means, this will still be able to cast darkness, which is the point.
Sure.
But any darkness you're in, as long as you're concealed by a shadow, like you have to be fully concealed by a shadow, what if you had a 10-foot reach with your attack because of the eels? So instead of it being an extra like buddy that has its own movement, what if, as long as I'm in shadow, I can strike and I get reach because it's like my eel is reaching out and just grabbing.
What if I do like that idea, but what if so that it feels more like the eel's doing it rather than your sword's doing it? Because then like my thought is like, okay, is like the eel holding the handle of the sword and can just go out further?
It's not the sword is doing the damage. It's the eel is like, you can't hit them with the sword, so you're just like, eel, go, and it just like
That's kind of what I like, but I imagine that like
Interesting.
if I use my reaction, I can have an eel come out of the darkness and attack someone. Like, because then if it's tied to like my attacks, like I feel like what's my sword doing?
Your sword's because again, you're not a shade. It was the sort of a shade that had literally, raised and grown and bred these sea serpents. So as the wielder, you're calling them forward. So while you can't hit the enemy, you're like, hey, I can't hit him. You call them forward and they do the attack
I do get
for
that,
you.
but it's like,
But that's what it's doing. It's basically
what,
instead of like
physically, like, am I just holding it like just like this while an eel comes out from behind me? Like, what is my physical body? What is the sword
probably
doing?
just pointing at your target. Like again, I mean, what does it
Like-
matter what your sword? I mean, again, the whole point is the sword is what's summoning it. So
No,
whether you're cutting the fabric of space to let them in, or again, I just like the idea that if you're in darkness, the sword is what allows you to communicate with them and say,
No, I do get that,
jump
and
out
I agree
from
with
the
that.
darkness.
I agree with that. I just it
because
feels
I like the idea that it's what's summoning them.
if it's
you were
tied to
summoning
my
from
attack, then it feels like it should be tied to the swinging of my sword in some way,
but you
shape.
won't be able to hit him. That's why you're saying I can't hit him. So you're communicating through the sword. I need that target hit.
I get that. It definitely feels like there's and maybe I'm not wording it right so you don't understand what I'm referring to, but it feels like with your description that there's a piece missing. There's something missing that isn't, it doesn't feel like it's encapsulating what, like, because I agree that like the serpent should come out. I agree that, but the way we're attaching it to the use of the sword, feels disconnected for me. So I'm trying to articulate.
Because I kind of look at it as more just like a dog whistle almost. Like the sword's acting like the dog whistle.
Yes, but if again, that to me would be like I'm gonna use a charge in the sword rather than as an attack. I'm gonna do that because if I have multi-attack, can I do that multiple times? Like it feels odd to attach it to the attack of the sword rather than an ability of the sword. Right? Because when I think of attacking, I'm thinking that I'm swinging my sword, and if I'm not swinging my sword, then it feels like it should be something else.
I mean, why don't you just call it an action then? Is it just because we're calling it an attack and not an action?
Yes, very much so.
So then just call it an action.
So
I mean, that's the only thing you have to do is just change the word to an action if that's the problem.
But it is very much different when it comes to how you use your weapon, right? Because if I'm saying that this sword has the ability to, as an action, cause a creature to come out, or as I suggested a moment ago, as a reaction, cause a creature to come out, that makes perfect sense. But if I'm attaching it to the attack, it just feels a little bit different. So
I mean,
if you want it to be a full action rather than a reaction, that's totally fine.
I like the idea instead of just adding additional, because that just feels like we're adding more attacks instead of adding like the idea that again you're wielding something that's not yours, that like it's giving you access to power that you normally
there's
would,
plenty
right?
there's plenty of weapons that have abilities that require an action to activate,
Yeah, so
which means you can't swing the sword during that turn. So if that's what you're trying to avoid,
and that's kind of what I do like
we
that.
we can avoid that.
I feel like that just makes it feel better because I feel like that separates it from the person who should be wielding it versus like, again, because we talked about this before where it's like, why is it that just because you picked it up, you wield it like
you can do everything they can do?
So it's almost like someone who, you know, raised and bred these sea serpents, right? They kind of follow that person, but you found their sword and they're kind of like attack.
I don't mind that at all. If we're trying to avoid overused action economy, that's fine. But that's another reason why I would say it's not an attack. It is
okay. That's
action.
fine. Yeah, if we just want to do it as an action, that's fine. I guess I just don't
because
see
with
them
multi-attack. That makes a huge difference.
I guess I don't really see those as the same because I mean, for me in combat, an action is attack is an action. So I don't necessarily.
So in 5th edition specifically, there is a huge difference between an attack and an action, and there have been many an argument about which one is what.
And to me,
because of things like action surge, because of things like multi-attack, because of how you can use attack actions versus actual actions.
I've never separated them. I look at it as it's about the economy of combat, right? An action and an attack action, the reason they're both actions is because the effort, the time, and the aspect of how much it takes of your turn. It's not that I look at it as, yes, one's swinging your swords, the other is digging in your pouch. I just look at them as they both cost the same in the moment. It's not, yes, if you say I'm going to attack versus I'm going to do something, I think those are different. But when you just say I'm going to use my attack to do XYZ, that's synonymous with saying I'm using my action. Because if you use your action, you don't have an attack. If you use your attack, you don't have an action. And that's why I say that's why I didn't.
That's not the case.
Yeah.
So,
and I've never. Yeah. I wouldn't have thought that it was that big of a deal to say
100%
as an attack because again, there's
very, very much so.
Realistically, there's no difference in the economy.
Especially in the economy, there's such a huge difference in 5th edition. As
so you can do multiple attacks and actions.
Heck yes.
That doesn't make any sense to me because
when you are a fighter, we've actually gone through the list of fighters.
Yeah.
And every single time you get an additional attack.
Yeah.
You can attack multiple times with a single action. Having multiple attacks with a single action, if I say I'm going to do attack, that means I have more attacks to do. But if I'm saying I'm using my action, that means there's nothing else I can do.
And see, I don't agree with that. I think that's sloppy for 5th edition.
We've gone over that in all of our homebrew.
I don't think in like not in this particular case though. Not discussing the difference between doing an action and doing multiple attacks with one action.
In 5th edition, you can also replace an attack action with a special type of attack, like a grapple or a shove, and those you can specifically do in tandem with your extra attacks, or you can use your whole action if you're not a fighter.
But again, to me, it's weird to say that I do multiple attacks on one action all of those are actions. If you have multiple attacks, you have multiple actions. That's how I prefer.
So I think it's important to have that distinction, because just because I can swing my sword multiple times doesn't mean I can drink multiple potions.
I see what you're saying, but I prefer the flexibility and the variety that comes with more actions than just attacks.
I agree,
which is why I prefer. That's why I play second edition, because
I think that what that does is it takes away from, and I know in second edition specifically, you have it so that there are attacks per round, and it's not necessarily actions per round, unless you're saying that with my staff proficiency that Dovd has, he can drink multiple potions in the same way that he can attack. Like, is that true in second edition?
So your attacks per round is your proficiency with basically being able to do things with that weapon while you're wielding that weapon, not just attack with it.
That weapon.
Yeah. So if you have 3 attacks per round with your staff, you can hit once and do 2 other actions because you are proficient with the staff to hold it, hit. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look at it.
It's not with the staff. It's I can do other actions too.
Yeah. You are proficient with the staff to do all of that in your turn. But if you are wielding a weapon that you are not that proficient in, you need to focus more on being more defensive. Again,
imagine I have 3 attacks per round, right? And imagine there's 2 characters. One has 3 attacks per round, one has 1 attack per round. Okay? That character that has 1 attack per round can is drinking a potion an action in second edition?
Yes.
Okay. So if they can drink,
not entirely agreeance with that, but yes, technically in second edition.
Okay, so hypothetically, they can drink 1 potion on their turn. The person who has 3 attacks per round, because they have trained in a weapon, they can now drink 2 potions in a turn.
Yep.
That makes sense?
Yeah. Again, if you've trained proficiently, you are going to be able to keep a defensive up with your weapon. So you are going to be able to do things defensively. Again, if you're trained with staff, you know how to just do 1, 2, 3, but it's not just 1, 2, 3. Your entire action economy, your 6 seconds of action economy is tied up in what you can do. So you knowing how to utilize your weapon, make distance, cause your enemy to not be able to have a hit on you. Being able to use your weapon is not just because you have 3 attacks per round it's not just what you can do with the weapon, it's everything you can do with the weapon. It's your proficiency. Wielding a weapon is not about how many times you can swing it. That would be my
proficiency with the weapon, not
but it is
with everything else that I can potentially do.
But we're talking about combat.
Sure, trust me. I understand combat.
Yes,
I am not confused about combat.
So when it comes to combat economy, the better you are with the weapon,
does not seem to compute for me.
That's fine. It's just when you're better with the weapon, you are able to do more because you have more control of the situation. You can keep more distance. You can keep your enemy at bay. Again, you got to remember, this isn't a like taking turns situation, right? It's dancing around. So being able to keep that level of activity and keep your opponent busy is the point.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I very much disagree with that point.
I could take it away from Dovd. I mean, we could see how Dovd will like it without it. That's fine. I mean,
sure. No, like I said, if that's how you run your realm, by all means. But that, for me, logically, I cannot connect those dots like that. Okay. That it feels like it's outside of what would make sense in my mind, especially.
Totally not. When you watch enough people as I have with different skill sets, again, the quicker you are to do things. Like, again, how much quicker you are to draw a weapon, put a weapon away, change stances.
I'm well aware of all of those things, and that has a lot to do with your training in that particular field.
Yeah,
and if
100%.
And if you're doing things that have nothing to do with your training in that particular field, I don't necessarily believe.
But what's saying you're not training in those things
translates
but again, I think you were looking at it as I've only trained to attack. Like, your logic says,
that's not how I'm looking at it.
But that's what your logic says. You says if I have 3 attacks per round, all I've trained,
because I'm trying to articulate that my logic says I understand that I can attack. I also understand that I can defend too. I also understand that I can make distance and do all those other things. But none of those things, from my perspectives, tells me that no matter how good I am at defense, that I'm going to be able to pull out 2 separate potions and drink them side by side, all while doing something else, just because I am good with this weapon. Whereas before, if I'm not holding on to a weapon, only thing I can do is once, right? Like, even if I am not in combat, like not presently engaged with somebody, right? Imagine there's nobody adjacent to me. I can only physically drink one of these potions at a time, according to the set rules of the game. But if nobody's adjacent to me, whether I'm defending myself or whether I'm not defending myself, I can drink 2 or potentially even 3. I could drink 3 potions without even having my weapon out necessarily.
Which again would equate to your level, because again, later on in your levels, you would be able to do more actions because you're going to have more action economy. There's a lot more that goes to it than I think you're looking at it just maybe a little bit too linearly, but you also haven't gotten to the chance to really utilize those mechanics yet in High Point, so that's probably why it's confusing.
Fair enough.
I think you're maybe looking at it either too linearly or too
either there's a piece of the puzzle that I don't have, or
I think it's just because you haven't experienced it yet, because you really haven't been able to play around with that kind of level of tactic yet.
Yeah, no, it's not necessarily about playing around with it. It's about understanding it appropriately. And I think, like I said, unless there's a piece to the puzzle that I just do not have at this point that is like, oh, if this is included in all of what you're saying, then that makes a whole lot of sense, because that's happened to me before. But unless that's the case, if I have all the pieces, I'm not there.
That's okay. So with this, going back to the shade idea, so do we want to summon these things, or do we want, like you said, do we want them
well, I thought we were talking about having them
like do we want to have this as like an ability that they can be summoned, or is it going to be something that they can do in tandem with the attack? Like which direction do we want to go?
I think what we were talking about a moment ago, being like when you or the blade is enveloped in darkness, being able to use an ability of the sword to have one of them attack from your position.
Would the darkness have to stay in the darkness too? Like, can the serpent leave the darkness, or does the target also have to be enveloped in the darkness?
I mean,
like, can you be in a shadow and attack someone who's not also in the shadow?
I would say yes. Because
I was originally thinking
because it's just a singular attack. It's just like they're popping out for a second and going right back. The darkness, as long as they're coming from the darkness, that's all that matters.
That was my considerations. Like, that's why I said when you're hiding in shadows, like any shadow, as long as you're enveloped, you're basically summoning it from the darkness.
Sure.
And then that, because the only other option would be like, if not summoning it from your location, would there be like a justifiable radius to say I can summon it from any shadow within range?
So to be honest, my very original idea was the actual darkness spell, where I cast it in another place. Not that it's like centered on the blade, but it got casted in another place. And then that place is almost like a weird in-between spot. So anything caught in that in-between spot is like now susceptible to constant attacks from these creatures. Like, that was my original idea.
Okay, so if that's the case, then why don't we make this? Because I know that we tend to stay away from too much customization. But that almost makes me want to upgrade the darkness a little bit and make it like spiked growth, to where you can cast the darkness at distance, wherever. But any creature that like starts their turn in the darkness takes damage from being bitten by the serpents.
That's exactly what I would say.
That sounds, because then you don't have to worry about when they attack. You don't have to worry about rolling it. It's just, you can cast like magical darkness, but that from the sword, but that specific magical darkness has the serpents in it, and any creature that starts their turn in it would be bit.
So
would that be too much?
No, that is not too much at all. There's plenty of
that kind of just forces them to just run in a direction and hopefully, because they don't take damage moving, only when they start. So technically, if they ran in a direction, they should be able to leave.
That's the question: is this just going to be a thing? Number one, how many times can you use it? And number two, is it something that you can move? Because if it's not, then I cast it, everybody runs out.
That's why I kind of liked it as being centered on your sword, because A, it moves with you, and B, you're not affected by it. So I kind of liked that tandem where I cast it centered on my sword, and as I move, it moves with me. But if I move to an enemy and engulf them, I still see my enemy. I'm
Yes.
still getting the hits, but then I want this extra
Unless
serpent damage.
I will say from my experience, because I've loved to, like, one of my first sorcerers was a shadow sorcerer, and I was really excited to play it. But just like and another ability I gave one of my players, which is Fog Cloud, that has a lot of battlefield control that can screw over your allies if you're not careful. So darkness will cut off their line of sight.
Yes.
Darkness will envelop them, and then they won't be able to see the target, and you just can have advantage against them.
True.
Like all of these things. So having it just move around with you limits where I can move in the battlefield.
Unless
with
we
this.
shrunk it to a not so devastating size, but then that just decides does that limit you and your ability to use it, right? Like if
Sure.
it were only like 10 feet from you, way easier for your buddies if it was only a 10-foot circle, but you're not really getting the long-term benefits unless you're constantly in melee attack, right? Like you're only really getting like the potentially the disadvantage.
Now,
on the
theoretically,
attacks.
you want to be constantly in melee attack, especially because if you're using the sword, like that's what you want to be able to do. But
True.
again, if it's smaller, then yeah,
But then-
you're in darkness, but they always know where you're at. And if a well-placed AoE spell is still going to hit you.
I mean, AoE true, but at the same time, constantly, like they'll have disadvantage anytime they try to attack you. And again, depending on like the situation, even if they run, if it's your turn before their next turn, you just run close to them, and then as soon as it's their turn, they get bit. So yeah, I love the idea of turning it into like difficult terrain, kind of like Spike Growth, though. I think I'm sold on that being the serpent. Like I love this idea that the serpent like auto damages.
you mean like there's a storm. Spike Growth, you have to move through it to take damage.
Oh, okay.
There's another one.
Cloud of Daggers.
Either Cloud of Daggers or Moonbeam.
Yes. That, so
Moonbeam.
I'm talking about, yeah, I'm thinking, I kind of like the idea that the serpents are kind of like always there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that, they're just kind of swimming through the darkness, and then when they see you, they find you, they'll like,
Yes.
just that kind of like bite you. I kind of like that idea. I'm always hesitant on customizing spells too much in 5th edition.
I mean, like I said, there's already plenty of verbiage for us to use for what we're trying to do. So I don't think there's too much that we're doing outside the realm of realisticness.
That's
right.
yeah.
All we're doing is we're adding the terminology for Moonbeam to darkness.
And it's really only
You
it's an ability. We're really talking about an ability, not like a new spell or anything. And abilities
and,
tend to have.
and that's what we do with a lot of stuff is we take what certain abilities can do, the verbiage, the mechanics that these certain abilities can do. We talk about dex saving throws. All these other things are just verbiage from other abilities that we're putting into something else to do whatever it is that we want it to do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not mad at that.
I wouldn't even mind giving this like extra damage when fully encased in shadow too, or less damage if direct sunlight. One of those two. More damage in shadow or less damage in direct sunlight. Because just as like a little added feature, I don't know if that would be too harmful
I think
for the campaign.
I think more damage in darkness would be better. That way it feels not mundane, but normal.
It's advantageous, not disadvantage.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we could add like an extra like D6 of damage while clad in full darkness.
Is that going to be regular damage, or do you want it to be like some?
How about
special
that's the
kind of-
magical damage? It only deals magical damage when fully clad in darkness. So what if it's so instead of extra damage, what if it just reads acts as magical weapon when in darkness?
See, that's hard because if this is going to be very rare and it's not going to do regular magical damage, especially in 5th edition when you want to have a blade that can overcome magical resistances.
Yeah.
But if you can only overcome magical resistances when you're in darkness, that
I mean, it does lead into the whole. It's more of a lore aspect, right? It's definitely not a. This wasn't made for players. This was made for the lore. I think this is definitely
Yes.
more of a. If
But
that was the
again,
case, it'd be more of an NPC weapon. For sure.
I even if that's the case, like I can't imagine like how much weaker are these shades supposed to be when they're not in darkness.
Oh, well, I mean, even they have negatives in sunlight. Like the shade itself can't get
Yes.
sunlight. So it would go perfect with their lore that they live in the Shadowfell, they guard the Shadowfell. The whole point is they're not supposed to leave the Shadowfell with the weapon. That's the idea. If you took it away in sunlight, it would just simply be the lore was that they weren't supposed to leave the Shadowfell with it.
So you're talking about specifically sunlight.
Correct. Not any light, just sunlight. Like if you were outside in the middle of the day, it's weaker. And that's only because it would fit more with the lore, but I don't mind just doing more damage.
And when you say it's weaker, you just mean it's mundane.
Yeah, it would lose.
It does not have the ability
to. It's a magical weapon and is not considered magical in direct sunlight. Maybe that's the verbiage. It's just not considered magical. So it doesn't lose anything other than its magical property, the overcoming resistance, as long as it's in direct. That could be one. Or again, the idea is like, again, I'm thinking just for the lore aspect, I think both could work. Either not supposed to be in the sun or works better in the dark. Because again, they both go hand in hand. It's designed literally to have someone cast darkness and then just wreak havoc, right? So it would make most sense that it would lean into that way. But if we're saying this belongs to the shade, it also kind of makes sense not to let it be in the sun. The problem with the sun part, though, is that really makes it extremely difficult for 90% of campaigns that pretty much primarily just play in the daytime. Like it'd be good in a dungeon. It'd be perfect in a dungeon.
How would you say that? Like, what type of level of party are you looking at this for?
Depending upon, I mean, how many times?
Because
like would we say 3 times a day for the darkness, or once a day?
I'm fine with 3 times a day.
So 3 times a day for the darkness,
especially if it's very rare.
Yeah, so 3 times a day for the darkness, resets on a long rest. Honestly, especially if it's a magical weapon, so you're probably thinking around level 6-ish is probably like around the earliest. I don't think anything before 5 would make sense.
I'm just trying to think, like the last weapon we were talking about, or the rod that we just made. It doesn't always have to be your main weapon.
Correct.
Right?
That's what I'm saying. It would be great
in those scenarios where it's weak in the sunlight, you can always have something else, right? And imagine this is like the big ass great sword that's on your back that you only pull out when you're down in a dungeon or doing something like that.
And that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? It's like imagine this was being. I mean, imagine the big hulking black plate armor, demonic looking shade, right? This like thing with the armor I'm thinking of, right? Just like the demonic plate armor looking stuff, and this thing's on its back, right? Like its whole purpose is to stay in the darkness, right? Its entire life is dark. I feel like what's more approachable? Something that gets more, I mean, I think in D&D logic, I think most people would want something that becomes more powerful, not has a chance to become weak. I mean, lore-wise, I think the sun thing sounds better, like it makes more sense for the story, but what a player wants, I don't think they want something that has the chance to get weaker. They only want something that they know that they can take advantage of when it gets stronger. Does that make sense? I feel like that's the vibe I get from when you see stuff from the book, right? Like more times than not, things like that are curses that give you negatives. They're like additive negatives, right? They're additional negatives. It's very rare that you lose something.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm torn. I love the idea of the sun part if it were supposed to be purely an NPC weapon. Like if this was only ever going to be seen, the sun thing makes perfect sense for lore. I just don't think it would feel good. Even as a player myself, I love the lore. I still think it wouldn't feel good.
I especially because of what we're talking about, I'm totally okay with it. Like even adding it on top of it, like imagine if it was in darkness, you do a little bit more damage or whatever the case may be. Like I don't mind both of those being in there. You know, saying that when you are in direct sunlight, you this weapon does not overcome magical resistance. Because even if you are outside, you can literally stand in the shade of a tree and then it's okay. Right.
And I feel like that just sounds, I mean, again, it just sounds cool. Like in direct sunlight, it just becomes non-magical. Like that's just
it does not overcome the resistances of non-magical.
To me, that sounds more like a D&D experience, right? And it makes it feel, I think that makes it more mid-tier than late tier. Because I think if there's ever a time that you can abuse something to get stronger, you're going to, right? Like if this thing got stronger, whether it did more damage or gained abilities purely being in the dark, it makes sense. It would lean into it, but it would make it kind of like what you've said before. It makes it feel like I need that. Like if it basically makes it feel like if I'm not putting this thing in darkness, I'm not using it. Whereas if it's only bad in the sun, like well, yeah, it was made not further than the sun. Like, I feel like maybe that's also, again, in game, it's a lot more easy to accept, right?
So,
because again, why would it get stronger in a shadow when it was built in the shadow? Like, it was literally made in the shadow fell. Why would it get even stronger? It should only get weaker.
I will say even, well, I don't know this. I can't say I know enough about the Shadowfell that I can say the majority, but like I would imagine that there's still spots of illumination in the Shadowfell.
Yes.
And in those places, like I can imagine it not doing its maximum damage.
Right.
Right. Like that's the only mindset that I have for doing more damage in the shadows. It's just like, okay, yeah, I'm out of the shadows. I'm fighting you where you can see me and all this extra stuff. The second I go into the shadows, the second you come into my territory, the second you can't see me, it's game over, bro.
Yeah.
That's
So let's put it this way, both from DM and player point of view. Which is easier to manage? Like, you're the player or you're the DM, you have someone in the game that has this item. What's easier to manage for both sides? What's
So-
easier to remember? What's easier to deal with?
honestly the way I would look at it is, this is the way I would look at it as a DM. My player's responsible for knowing when they have more damage. I'm responsible for knowing whether you overcome magical resistance. Because I'm the one taking damage for the monsters you're fighting. So I know that you have that sword. I know if it's directly sunlight outside. And so I, as the DM, I'm going to be like, no, your sword does not do full damage right now because we're out in the sun
Right.
and you're not in the shade.
But if you remember that you have 3 charges of darkness, guess what? You get all
Pop
your
it.
shit back.
There you go.
Okay.
But when it's your turn and you're rolling for your damage, you're like, oh, I'm specifically going to make sure I'm in a shadow. I'm going to specifically make sure I am in darkness, not just dim light.
I guess it
because-
would be easier just to simply also just ask like, hey, am I in a shadow? So I get full damage. Like, or I get like, that's an easier question than, well, what does it normally do? But now I'm in a shadow, so how much more does it do? It would just be easier to go, am I in a shadow or not? Cool, so I overcome the resistance. And I kind of like that better because instead of dealing with, because a lot of the times you get these like abilities that give you extra rolls, but I do kind of just like more of a situational, do I get my resistance or not?
Sure.
And I kind of just like leaving it there. I mean, you know, this thing being like this heavy, I wouldn't mind it being a 1d10. Just like let it be a 1d10 outright.
I mean, if we calling this thing a great sword, it should do great sword damage.
I think it's
Which
a
is either 2d6
Oh, 2d6.
or because there's a great sword and then there's a great axe. The great axe, I'm pretty sure does d12, and the great sword, I'm pretty sure does 2d6.
Double check that. Yeah, because if that's the case, I am okay letting it have that, letting it overcome magical resistance.
2d6.
So 2d6, let it overcome magical resistance. It's non-magical when in sunlight. Is it too much? I mean, would it be too much to add when it's in magical darkness? Like, because I feel like that would be the difference, right? It's like it's either magical, not magical in direct sunlight, and then if we're gonna do anything else the opposite way, it would only be when it's in its magical darkness. Like when you activate its ability, then it also gets something. But then again, I just don't know if it needs all of that, right? I kind of like the idea that it can already just do the extra magical damage, and the magical damage has the damage at the start of your turn. So if we're gonna add all of that, that might be enough.
So the way I envision it is, so there are passive abilities and activated abilities,
Okay.
right? The way I am thinking about this thing is in what do you call it? This weapon is a great sword, which means it does 2d6 damage, right? It's 2d6 slashing damage. Great. When in sunlight, it does not overcome resistances for non-magical weapons.
Yep, we're same page.
Okay. When in darkness, which means you are not in dim light or bright light, you get 3d6 damage instead of 2d6 damage, and maybe all your damage is necrotic because cool. Maybe not. It doesn't matter. Those are passive abilities.
Actually, with the again, if we're gonna link this to the shade are specifically vulnerable to radiant damage, And remember, they can regen in the shadow, but not in light, or radiant damage will stop it. So what if, okay, so I don't mind that. What if we just said it counts as a magical weapon normally, when in direct sunlight, it does not count as a magical weapon. I don't know if we should say it, in full darkness, or again in magical. I don't know how we want to word that either way. But what if we just said it does an extra 1d6 necrotic? Like, I kind of like that. Just
okay.
When it's in its full on like when it just absolutely is in its prime, it does that extra d6, but that d6 is necrotic.
Okay.
I think that sounds great, because again, it goes really well against the radiant
sure.
damage aspect.
Agreed.
I don't want to add this because it's just one of those extra too complex, but I almost want to, I would, as a DM, almost want to make something to where if the weapon is actually struck, or has any, like, basically if the weapon is involved in any kind of radiant attack, like moonbeam or whatever, anything that does radiant damage and the weapon itself was like in the effect of it, it would almost be funny if it like turned it off for like a round, like until the start of your next turn. It's not magical. Because basically it took damage, right? It itself, like,
I don't mind that. Like, I don't mind that at all. Like,
so like if you were in if you took radiant damage, but it was like not like a bolt, but like an AOE,
I'd be meaner though. I would say
if you take radiant damage,
if you take radiant damage,
your sword stops being magical for a round.
For a minute.
Oh, for a minute.
For a minute, I'd be meaner.
Oh,
I'd be meaner. This thing does not like that at all.
So how long does the darkness last then?
Darkness lasts for a minute, I think.
Should it last the whole minute for all three?
No, darkness lasts for 10 minutes.
So it should be a minute. So these 3 charges should be a minute. Of darkness. The 3 charges of darkness should be a minute. Yeah.
I feel like they should be specifically for combat and stuff like that.
And then the minute to the deactivation would make sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, cool. I think that's actually pretty fucking solid then. So non-magical in sunlight, normal magical everywhere else, not in sunlight. When fully cased in darkness, extra 1d6 necrotic. If it takes radiant damage of any type, or is involved in a radiant attack, or no, if you take radiant damage, it loses its magical overcome for 1 minute. I like that. Just it loses the ability to overcome magical resistance for 1 minute.
So originally what I was thinking is it loses all of its powers.
Oh, even I wouldn't want it to lose its charges. I think it should just lose.
Like, it doesn't like kill the charges, but you just can't activate anything for a minute.
I'm gonna take a cue from your book. That hurts. That would make me not want to use it.
Really?
Because the moment
you think you're gonna run into radiant damage that often?
The moment there's radiant damage in the combat, I need another weapon. Like to me, it guarantees I need a second weapon. I would not like that. If it just took away my magical,
it would just be. I mean, like,
it would literally just be a mundane weapon at that point.
It would.
And that's the whole point. What we were talking about though is, like, especially if I'm level 12, I ain't just gonna carry around a 2d6 sword anymore. Like, if there's any chance I'm taking radiant damage, the sword becomes my last concern. So all I'm saying is that I'm totally down with it being not magical, but I don't know if I'd take away the whole purpose of, like, because that's kind of like how it would recharge, right? You would activate that to, like,
shake it off.
Like, yeah.
Actually, I kind of like that. Like, if
activate,
if it's wreathed in its magical darkness, it gets its abilities back before the minute's up.
Yeah, and maybe like after, or if it spends 1 turn in total darkness,
sure.
it can reset.
Well,
itself.
I would say in your magical.
Okay, yeah. So if it spends 1 full turn in your magical darkness, it will the radiance will cut off. I don't know how we're gonna word that, but
yeah. No.
So when you take radiant damage, the weapon becomes non-magical for 1 minute. This effect ends. This effect can end if the sword is plunged into its own magical darkness for 1 round. Done.
Sure.
So just that way, it has to be put in its own magical darkness. By 1 round later, it's back to magical.
Okay.
So at least that way, even if you do cast magic, you still need 1 turn before you get your sword back.
So, talking about this weapon being magical, I feel like, to be honest, it should be at least a +1.
I thought okay. I thought that we were just guaranteeing like it was going to be a minimum +1 because it's magical.
Well, because what was the Didn't we have another weapon that was magical but didn't have a plus to it?
Maybe. I thought I guess I just assume. I just always assume a magic means at least a minimum +1 because that's how you usually identify a magic weapon is by a plus, right? Like normally it says +1 if it's like a magical sword or a magical shield.
Yes, but I would say and at the very least 5th edition there are a lot of magical swords and other things that are magical but that don't have a plus.
I would be okay with having this have a +1. I mean, again, it's a sword. Especially because it's doing damage. I mean, having an extra +1 to hit. Who cares about the +1 to damage?
Sure.
It's a +1 to hit for sure.
Hell, even if usually it's both when you give it a +1.
I mean, I know that this would be almost 90% of people would read this and probably be like, what the fuck is even the point? And there'd be 1% of people being like, oh, I see what you did there. I'd almost want to be like, it's a +1 to hit, +1 to damage, and that +1 damage is necrotic.
Oh,
so if you're attacking something that has necrotic resistance, you didn't damage it. Like it doesn't take the extra damage.
Sure.
But if it's against it, maybe it does too. Like if it's vulnerable, it'll do.
Sure.
So it's stupid because it's only that one extra point, but it kind of makes sense that extra point is pushing towards the necrotic side.
It does. It very much does.
So I think it would read weird to most people. I think most people won't read this and be like, this is too complicated. I think most people will just be like, what were you guys doing here? But I think once you play it, I think it's one of those. I think once you start to play with it, you're like, okay, I see why this works. But I will say this: if this were given to us as like as a homebrew review,
yeah,
I would
say something about it.
I will say I'm going to give ourselves a -1 simply because it seems almost too situational. Like in our review, this item, I would not give it a 10 out of 10 simply because I'd be like, I love this lore. It's just almost with all of this if-thens, it's almost too situational, but I like it because we're making it situational to the lore, not to the gameplay. Like, we're not trying to make this feel great for a player. We're trying to make this make sense of how did it come about. And I think that's where I think a lot of, like we talked about before, magical items miss that sometimes.
Sure.
They miss the fact of why does it exist, not why should it exist? And I think that's a lot of people. They make an item and they're like, well, why should it exist? Well, because I want XYZ. But that's not why it exists.
Yeah.
like who created it? What was its purpose? And that's why I love this idea of like these things from the Shadowfell hate the sun. They get damaged by the sun. Their weapons should get damaged by the sun.
Sure.
They get literally revitalized in the shadow. So this thing gives them a chance to heal up, right? Like again, if we think about this from the point of view of the Shadar try to become a shade, the shade get healed and regenerate in shadow. Imagine their greatest warriors can literally just turn on healing. Because that's what this is, right? Like for them, specifically in lore purposes, while we look at that as, oh, I cast darkness and I can see in darkness, which means I can attack. But from their point of view, that was probably a retreat. They could probably see their enemy and dodge their enemy while rejuvenating and then getting like a better, position on. So it's like, I feel like that just, it's much more of a DM thing. I feel like this is a much more of a DM item than a player item. It wouldn't be a bad idea for a player to pick up and hold.
Sure.
But I feel like everything about this, the description, how you want to use it, this is really for DMs. This is a DM. You use this to make a really cool cinematic, make a really cool boss fight.
Sure.
Or even just
Definitely.
like guards at like a palace. Like just go, if you ever go to the Shadowfell, make this the guard at the castle gate.
Dude,
with
that's
this fucking
100%
sword.
what I want. Like I want to now create a thing that these shades are guarding. That like
honestly, I might in High Point, these might be the Raven Queen's guards now. Like this whole aspect may be like, so like again, just imagine these guards are situated around her throne room. If someone does something, all of a sudden the room goes black because they all just activate.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like, and this is maybe not for this one, but maybe like an upgraded version of this, kind of like we were talking about for the last one. Having an idea of these, wait, when you're in this magical darkness, if you start your turn in there, you have to like make a
don't forget we have to add the damage for this.
A dexterity saving throw or something for these eels to not grapple you and hold you in this darkness. Like I love the idea of them being able to like lock you in place in here and like you get like pummeled.
I like that, but I feel like that could be a little, I feel like players could feel bad for that one. I do like the grappled and just you keep doing damage, but what if an alternative, just an alternative to that is when at the start of your turn, when they attack you, if you take damage, like, I don't know if if they have to roll to hit or if they just automatically damage you. But what if when they damage you, the DM rolls like a D4 and it points you in a random direction?
Interesting.
Like basically discombobulates you. So if you're like, I'm here, and it goes, you're in darkness and you're at the edge of it, and so you know out of game, oh, if I just take 2 steps back, I'm out of the darkness.
Sure.
But it's start of your turn, you get attacked, and the DM alters your direction. You're saying, well, I take 2 steps back, and then you take 2 steps into it.
Okay.
So like,
what are we saying about audible orientation?
Okay, some players may be smart enough for that, and again, darkness isn't silence, so I can understand if they're smart enough to ask. But you know what I'm saying? I like what you were. I like the idea of kind of keeping them in there. I just don't know if a grapple would feel too bad.
So have we decided if this is on the sword or if you're casting it on a location?
We've kind of. I kind of like your idea of more battlefield control and being able to cast it anywhere, but it also. I see both. Honestly, both make perfect logical sense.
I'll say.
I think I'm leaning towards centered on the sword because it's more geared towards the wielder. Like, I'm centering magic here. I'm going invisible. My sword's going invisible, but I can still see everyone around me. I'm melee. I feel like that feels more lore accurate. But again, from the player point of view,
it would be really hard to use that in a party. It's really hard to use that in a party, especially if there's more than one melee fighter.
I'm not disagreeing with you. But then again, if we want this to be more player friendly, I have 100% we should change that. If we want this to be more lore accurate and just more, how does it feel the best? I kind of think
I do get that.
That's
because like if an enemy had this and it was just going around, like that would for sure suck. But I think that could also play into. And we're talking about the differences and how it works for them, how it is intended to work for them versus how it actually works for us. So,
and if you think about it, shades, all of them can see in the magical darkness.
Sure.
So for their point of view, any one of them activating this doesn't matter.
No, I get that. But my point is, like, the difference between them activating it and us activating it is, and again, I can see how it may or may not work on that front. Again, I do agree, but it feels like that would deter a lot of people from ever picking it up.
And again, that's why I'm fully admitting that I don't mind this being an NPC based weapon for DMs to use. Because again, not everything we have to make has to be perfect for every situation. Like, I don't mind this just being a thing where if the players pick it up and want to use it, great. But I don't mind if they go, this isn't great. Like, I don't necessarily want this to be desired by players. I kind of want this to work for that purpose that it would have been designed for. Personally, like for me, I'm okay having this a lore item. Like even you said in the last item, maybe it's not an item that was ever intended to do anything other than explain.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like this is so steeped in mechanics that it doesn't feel like a lore item at all.
Yeah, and I agree. That's why. So I think this would be one of those. Maybe we just, for our intents and purposes, in the build up and the write up that we give the community, maybe we just put this one as optional. Maybe we just say it can cast darkness 3 times per day. Optional. DM choice, set on sword, or allow a range of 30 feet or 60 feet. And I'm okay, because honestly, I think this is one of the very few times.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time ever where I think that we both belong on each side of the fence. Like, I don't think this is a conversation I want us to come to a conclusion to, because this is exactly what I think DMs should do more often, is look at an item and give themselves an option. Because I don't think there's a right answer here. I think that if you want this to be accurate to where we're saying it's from, it makes more sense to center it on the sword. But if you're going to make this more accurate to a weapon that would be found in 5th edition, that's usable by everyone, Kage's right. It needs to be at range because it's more useful. And again, you could make the argument that, again, there's different types of shades. Remember that we even saw the shades are mostly wizards. So why wouldn't you want your warrior to be able to cast darkness at a distance when all the wizards can see through it and still cast their ranged spells?
Sure.
There's lore there. There's not saying that you wouldn't be able to do it. I'm just on the side of the person building the sword probably wasn't thinking about the wizards. They were probably thinking about the knight holding the sword. So I think this might be the first time we should just give them both options and just say.
I will say the biggest thing for me is. But again, what level ranges are we talking about again?
So for this, with all of this, I don't know. I could probably see this being somewhere between like 7 and 15. You can hold on to this for a couple levels. I don't know if you're going to end your campaign with it,
because
you might have it on your back by the end of the campaign.
I feel like we should, if we're gonna, I feel like the options should be like, yes, you could cast it on yourself, or you could cast it in another location. But if you could cast it in another location, I would feel way more comfortable with the wording of Moonbeam.
And being able to move
Moonbeam, you can move it, because it makes all the difference. And the whole purpose for being able to cast it elsewhere is so that you can keep these people in it and control where it's at without screwing over everybody else in the battlefield. If you just put it in one place and leave it there, then it loses the majority of its usefulness.
But I don't necessarily agree with that argument, though, because it's still doing the same exact thing. If I put myself in darkness, or if I put my target in darkness, they're going away from the rest of the party. It doesn't matter where the darkness is, it's still obscuring the party regardless. Just because yes, a melee doing it on themselves could affect other melees, but if I do magical darkness on the enemy, none of my ranged people are going to see anyway. Like, they're going to be just so I don't think that's enough of an argument to say that
I do see what you're saying, but it's like if I can control where it's at, then I can put somebody on the boundary, right? I can control like how close they are or aren't to it. Like, and theoretically, you can do that with it being centered on you. But if it's centered on you, then you can't get close to that target.
Yeah,
you have to be that far away from them.
And like, I'm okay, yeah, but see, and I guess maybe I'm also just like, I'm not necessarily worried too much about allowing like the wielder of the sword to be the support character. I'm kind of expecting them to, not really be thinking that heavily about like, again, and maybe because I'm thinking more from the point of view of the original owner, not, and I think that's the difference, right? I think you are just more looking at this for how to make this much more suitable for.
I'm thinking about, like, again, when we look at pretty much anything that we review, what am I looking at it from a DM perspective, and how am I looking at it from a player perspective?
Yeah.
Like, how realistic is it going to be for me to be able to actually find value in this item? Like,
sure.
That's the perspective I'm looking at it.
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm leaning in towards this. Sounds to me better as a, like, if the player finds it and wants it, sure, like, it's there. Like, it's like anything in the High Point, right? Like, you can have it. But I'm definitely one of those DMs that I do create things that aren't intended for my players. Like, you can find it and use it, but it's definitely not for you. It's 100% for this. And I that's why I'm okay just giving this as an option, because I think that this is one of those times, because yeah, if you could do it at distance, you can do it on yourself. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of moving it around. I see the tactical benefit of it, but that almost changes up what the darkness spell. Again, we're already changing it up a little bit, so I'm a little bit hesitant on doing so much.
So that's the other thing. In addition to where it's cast, what's its radius?
Yeah, and that's the other thing. That's why I'm like, if it's
standard darkness, is 15-foot radius.
15-foot
radius. That's 30 feet wide.
Yeah. So if it's at distance, it's probably going to have to be the regular darkness spell. I would say if it's on you, I don't mind shortening it up. Simply because, again, it's mainly for melee, so it's mainly just to mess with like you and people around you. But I mean, 10 foot's not much of a difference, but it's still better. And it's still a little bit, takes a minute to, for them, doesn't really take a minute, but it does take them time to get out.
I would say 10 foot makes a lot more sense if it's centered on you, because it's people within your reach and people just outside your reach. So you only have to move 5 feet to get somebody in your darkness.
And that's kind of what I'm thinking is it makes it difficult for you as a target. Cause I also kind of like the idea that you could, even though AoE effects could still affect you, 10 foot or a 20-foot sphere technically is kind of like mirror image, right? It still would affect like a ranged attack against you, maybe just not an AoE. But still, that's still a 20-foot
Very much so.
area. Now, granted, you're always going to be at the center of it, but doesn't mean you can't leave your sword behind. Walk a little bit. You know, there's ways a player could play with it. So
Sure.
I feel like I would feel more comfortable if it were centered on the sword. I feel more comfortable with the ability for it to move. If it's cast at a distance,
I'm
a little bit more hesitant with moving it.
I do get what you're saying. So,
but then again, we could just put in the thing where all 3 charges could be active at once instead of replacing them. So you do it on the battlefield and they move out of it, and then you do it again. Like, what if you had 3 zones of darkness on the battlefield? Because that's not normal. Normally, because isn't that a concentration spell? Normally? So what if we said that this has it 3 times per long rest, each lasts a minute, and it can have multiple instances up at once?
I will say the fact that it only lasts a minute helps out a lot.
But would you be okay instead of being able to move it? Would you be okay giving it all 3 instances?
Very much
if
so.
I wanted to over 3 rounds.
Very much so.
Because then that way, if they move, you can just keep expanding. And technically, you could have what at that point, if we're going to do
wall, like
that's
a 90-foot wall.
Well, if we're going to if
They're
we're
30 foot wide each. So
well, I was still thinking at the 20 foot, but if we're going to do the standard, you could do a 90-foot wall of
if
darkness.
I'm casting it away from me and it's the standard 15-foot radius, like,
and at that point, that's basically the whole battlefield. More times than not, that could be the whole battlefield. So if we could do multiples, would that be enough for you to be cool getting rid of them moving?
Yes, very much so.
And think about it,
Very
again,
much so.
that's 3 different zones that if that the enemy can start their turn in and take damage as well. We're still gonna do that.
Right.
Okay, cool. I'm way more, because I think that was just my biggest concern is if it's on me, I don't mind it moving with me. If it's at distance, I have a hard time, because darkness sucks. Like, imagine fighting an enemy that could just perpetually keep you in darkness. That would fucking suck the whole way. So again, reverse that. If they have to earn this by fighting for it, but the moment the battle starts, they're in darkness, they move darkness.
Yeah.
Your healer's dead, or at least your healer's out, your spellcasters are out, your rangers are out. That, I think, is my concern, is perpetual darkness for the party. But if it's on them, you know where its target is. It's moving with the darkness.
Yeah.
And if it's multiple zones, like you said, you can always move. Like,
Sure.
just because they do multiple zones, there's got to be a pocket of light somewhere that you can be in.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's almost way more tactical too for a DM to play with. Like darkness. Fuck, you guys moved out. Well, I'm not gonna do darkness where you are. I'm gonna do darkness where you could be. So, because you could just put darkness in between you and them and be like, "Do you want to come at me?
Come this way."
Because I can see right through the darkness at you, but you can't see through the darkness at me."
Yep.
So, because I always forget that darkness is like that, like just a dome of darkness that you can't see past.
Honestly, I feel like if as a DM, if there's only one of these guys, it's going to be at range and it's going to be all 3. If there are a bunch of these guys, it's going to be on the blade.
Oh, like if you're
running into these,
encounter,
if I'm planning the encounter and there are 3 of these dudes,
you'd want it to be centered on them.
It's centered on them.
And to me, that's kind of how because I imagine these guys are just like, there's like 2 going to be outside the throne room, maybe 4 inside the throne. Like, I'm just thinking like the lore aspect of like, these are like, think about the Raven Queen's Knights. They're probably going to fight, they're not going to be one-on-ones, but they're probably not going to be fighting in massive groups, right? Maybe 2s or 3s. And that's kind of what I'm thinking of, is they're not going to bother blinding each other, right? They have, like, any one of them activates darkness, they all benefit from.
Sure.
So that's kind of why I leaned into casting it on themselves, because I don't think that, again, the party wasn't the intended user, but there is something super satisfying about just being able to just blot out whole ass sections of the battlefield.
And think about how many spells require sight. So it's not silence, but it is limiting a lot of what spellcasters can do.
Well, and again, like, this is an opportunity for both players and DMs to not use metagame, because you could easily say a lot of people in game know darkness. Most of them don't know darkness that bites back. So imagine you could even have it where the players or the characters think that they could use the darkness to their advantage. Be like, oh, well, I'm about to die and you guys have rangers. Fuck it, I'm just going to step in the darkness real quick because you can't hit me then. So I'll just step in the edge. I can't attack, but it's okay. You can't attack me. And then all of a sudden the next turn, bite. They're like, what the fuck happened? And be like, oh, this isn't normal darkness. Like, it's that kind of interplay, because if the DM, if you get the sword and you cast darkness and the DM every single time tries to make their people leave before the start of their next turn, they're metagaming. those people shouldn't be that worried about leaving the darkness outside of scene, but they shouldn't be worried about taking damage from, you know what I mean? Like, there's some fun metagaming that you could.
I as a DM, I like that, and I know how you like to give like subtle hints to things. Like, whenever I describe the darkness spell, I picture it as like this perfect like glassy dome of darkness, right? Like this perfect like just almost like, but this I would describe as like this wispy, like
almost like a fog.
It's the same shape and everything. It's the same spell,
but it's a distortion because you're actually in a different realm. Like you're actually merging the realms.
And so if somebody's paying attention, they're gonna be like, "This is not normal. This is not what that spell looks like." If there's like a wizard in my group, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, make me an Arcana or a Perception or an Insight
whenever
check."
You enter it, you could even give them like, as soon as you enter it, you know, your vision goes black and you get a very odd sense. You almost feel like you hear slithering.
So traditionally, the verbiage is whenever you enter for the first time or start your turn in the area, you take damage. So I wouldn't be opposed to putting that terminology in here.
Because I'm just thinking, I'm just wondering, like, when it first happens, like because it's gonna be the start of their turn, which should be the start of the end.
I think it should be at the start of your turn.
Okay, so start of the turn says, it would be cool to like give them like some like audio like cues, or like you feel something slither by you in the darkness, and then start of your turn, bam, something bites your ankle.
I like the idea. Like, when
that's
you first
creepy as
step
fuck.
into the darkness, like these pair of like piercing eyes come like swooping at your face right before everything goes black.
Yeah, that's fucking creepy.
Wild.
Okay. So I still don't think there's a right answer here. This is the first time I don't think that there's truly a better answer.
I agree. We should have both.
I think it needs to be an option. I think, because,
I mean, not both, but like one or the other.
I think we should just keep this one as optional and just say that it can cast darkness 3 times per day, and then just put optional ruling. Or how about, can be cast 3 times per day as the darkness spell. Right? And then you just add in the verbiage of, it can do damage, blah, blah, blah. Then right afterwards, you say optional ruling must be cast centered on the sword.
At a smaller range?
At 20-foot range. Yeah, at 20-foot radius. So we could just say, like, it can either
10 foot or 20?
Or
20 is bigger.
Or 10 foot. Yeah. 10 foot. So I would just say, like, it could be used, or I don't know how we want. Yeah, just.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, basically say, this is how it works. Optional ruling, it works the other way. So let's do the ranged one as the default, because I think that's just how darkness normally works.
Yes.
It's the least amount of changes because we're only adding the extra take damage when you start your turn. But the optional ruling is the darkness can be only cast centered on the sword and moves with the sword. So the difference is you can cast 3 of them up to all 3 at once, or not all at once, but you know what I mean? Like you can have all 3 running, or you can only have 1 running, but it stays with you. So that's the juggle. That's the option.
Got it.
And that allows DMs to just stick with the standard way the spell should work versus the lore way the spell was designed, or the sword was designed.
An attunement item.
Okay, so what is your opinion on what is the purpose of attunement? Is it just to limit how much you could potentially, because in my opinion, it seems like with 2nd or 5th edition, it's primarily a limitation on magic.
Yes and no. So I feel like a lot of the times, yes, they want to limit how many crazy powerful items you have. And usually an item that has, that requires attunement, I feel like a lot of the times what they do with attunement is they prevent spammability.
Yeah.
Right. So with certain things, like smaller things like rings or something like that, you got a bunch of fingers. So if it requires attunement, you can't just have stupid amounts of them doing all kinds of craziness. So, but I would also say that for me as a DM, attunement articulates the connection you have with a specific item.
Yeah.
And like how it is connecting itself to you. And
I don't mind, because we're like dealing with like the serpents, I don't mind saying it needs attunement. Normally I would just say that this was just how the sword was designed for a group of soldiers, but because we want to add in the lore that these are the shades that were once Shadowvar and had to earn it.
But are you saying that any shade can pick up one of these, or there are specific like higher end shades that use these?
I was gonna say, like, the idea was that the Shadow Var become a shade, and then the shade become like the higher knights, and then these are the weapons of those knights. So you could say that when you become a knight, you have to attune to it, like you earned it. But you can also say that because it has like the serpent pets that were bred and raised with this, like maybe you could say that when they were breeding the things, like this sword was like how they guided them, and that's why they stick with the sword. So the attunement is what allows you to speak and use the dark. Because I think attunement makes sense on both levels, whether it's because you earned the right to use this sword or you just need it in order to control the serpents.
Sure.
And you can even say that in there. When not attuned, I don't know if you can even cast the darkness, let alone, or you just don't get the serpents in the darkness. I don't know how we want it, but I would totally be okay with like the attunement stops you from accessing something.
Sure.
Because because like from my point of view as a DM, attunement typically means a higher level of power. Like attunement means that this has something that it can do, but not it doesn't just get activated. It needs to either like you or it needs a owner. Like one of those two things unlocks its power.
Interesting.
That's how attunement works for me in High Point.
That is interesting.
So like a wand of fireball, right? 3 charges of fireball. Anybody can read the activation word that's carved into it and go boom, boom, boom. Like it is programmed, right? It's a TV remote. It's programmed to do its job. But certain like items are like you need to like in real life, you need to register the item before you can use it, right? Go on, put your info in and connect it to yourself, and then you have an account, so now it only access to you. It's like putting a password on something. It's to signify that either it's of a higher caliber that a specific type of person needs it, or that it needs an owner to connect with to complete the circuit. That's how I typically look at alignment. That's another way to say it is it's either completing the circuit or it's only allowed for one person at a time. But usually it's like a circuit kind of concept. So something powerful created it and said it needs something to complete the ability to use. Not anybody can just be that thing.
Sure.
That's why I like attunement as typically things that were designed for a specific purpose, for a specific person, or just such a high caliber that it can't power itself. So the attunement is basically you saying you can use me as a power source so we can get this thing done. Or like, in the movie D&D where it was like an intelligence and it was like, I will only choose.
Yeah.
That's another thing that I do with attunements is sometimes the attunement needs to choose the person. Sometimes it just needs a connection. And then other times it's just other forms of locking behind just locking it behind like some sort of power structure.
Brought up just a really weird, super random question real quick. Does an item need something specific to be able to contain a soul consciousness?
Yes. Preparation. You cannot normally enchant any enchantable item cannot just be enchanted with a soul just by basic. So
is that the only way it gets in there is through enchantment? There's no like
there's other ways, but it has to be prepared. The item, not just because an item can hold magic does not mean it can hold a soul. Only certain things are worthy of holding are worthy of being a soul vessel. Typically it needs to be like, typically you're not going to find like a wand with a soul in it. You're going to find gems. Usually it's going to require gems. It's going to require something of super high quality, super high durability, and magical affiliation, because
does everything with consciousness have a soul, or does everything with consciousness is like a soul included in that?
Nobody's ever asked me that before.
Because like, could something gain sentience but not a soul?
Not sentience in terms of free will and free thought. No. So like, could you make something that has a record of your own knowledge that you could request access to and be like, hey, like the database we want to make about our streams.
Sure.
I could ask it, what did we say or when did we say this? And it would know it. Would it talk to me like ChatGPT? No. Like, it's more like ChatGPT, it doesn't have a soul, right? It can hold information that you can access, but sentience would be having its own thoughts, its own objectives, its own process. Accessing knowledge and giving it to you wouldn't be the same thing. So while some things could have a semblance of sentience, things that have true individual thought do have souls.
I'm assuming Bob the Skull has a soul.
You mean from Dresden Files?
Yes.
So Bob the Skull is actually a spirit of intellect. So he's not quite a soul as like what you would think, like he wasn't a human and then passed and then was entrapped. He is like a fae. He is a spirit of pure knowledge. He's a mantle
of knowledge.
He is a mantle. He is a perfect example of a mantle. He is knowledge itself represent. So he is a spirit of knowledge. He literally exists.
So that's interesting, because like I thought a mantle was something that had to be taken up by something, but a mantle can be itself a thing.
Yeah, some mantles first create their own, and then they have to find like predecessors. But many mantles will enact themselves if they're powerful enough. He's not quite the same as a high point mantle, but in the Dresden Files, he is a spirit of intellect. He exists because of the combined intellect of the history of the ancient
So he can't
histories.
necessarily die.
He can stop existing, but he can't die.
Interesting.
And he's trapped in the skull and bound by stuff. Yeah, it's kind of like a contract, basically. But yeah,
Sure.
he is a entity of pure knowledge. He exists because of knowledge. He didn't have a life elsewhere. He just exists because knowledge exists, and he is a representation of centuries of knowledge that just manifested. I don't know if they've ever truly given I don't know if Dresden Files has ever really gone that far into it. That's as much as I remember pulling from it. Is
Okay.
He calls himself a spirit of intellect. Like he just exists out of knowledge.
Very interesting.
But yeah, so like if you were to create like a copy of your intelligence or your memories and put them in a gem that you could access, that wouldn't be sentience, right? But
That wouldn't require as much preparation.
yeah, if you wanted to have something that thought, felt, planned, and did everything on its own, that level of essentially what you would think computational power isn't
But
fakeable.
what about like, you know how certain spells can't affect things of a certain intelligence or below? Like, what about something like just above that threshold? Like just barely. Like
Intelligence doesn't matter for souls.
Yes, but like I'm talking about like instinct. Like if it's not necessarily thinking for itself, but it is just acting based off of instinct. Is that the same thing?
It would depend. If we're talking true instinct, then it would still have a soul. If we're talking about contingency, that's not a soul.
Not contingency.
Because you can have a spell that has a million contingencies and that would act and feel out the world. That's not the same thing. If it's not a program, right? If you don't tell it if this,
I'm talking
then
about
this.
like how like a cat jumps off of tin foil when it touches it.
Yeah,
or whatever.
that's it. If it reacts without being pre-programmed, if it has essentially its own agenda, regardless
Sure.
of level of intelligence, that it would require a soul.
Okay. Very
Good question though. That's no one's asked a question like that. I do too. All right, did we finish the sword? I think we finished the sword. I think because we decided that the shadows, the darkness is going to be optional. Which direction we go with it?
Sure.
We've already decided that in the sun it's not magical. Regular it's magical. In darkness, it does an extra D6 necrotic. It's a +1. That +1 is necrotic. The how you use the darkness is optional. And if it gets hit by radiance, it can't. It's not magical for a minute. If it goes back in darkness for a round, it becomes magical again. Is that it?
Couple of questions. So, it is based off of a great sword.
Yeah. That's where we got the 2d6 and then the 1d6.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What is it made out of?
So it's got to be made. Let me see if there's anything like from the Shadowfell, because I feel like we've gone so deep into it. Like I feel like we should just lean into that more. So mithril, iron, and adamantium. Ooh.
So I think one of those is like immune to magic or something.
Oh, void metal from the Shadowfell.
Void?
Void metal comes from rather simple origins, though it's rare on the plane of existence that it originates from. The fundamental magical energies of the Shadowfell exude darkness and decay. In such an environment, so darkness and decay, such environment, weak stone, rotten wood, stale air, lifeless dirt are often in existence, have the chance of highly material metal forming. However, near planar portals in connection to the prime material plane, the Shadowfell, small amounts of light creeps into these areas, been corrupted, endless void of darkness. Shadowfell void metal is unique in that it's not only infused with the thick and malleable shadows of the Shadowfell, but it is strengthened by them. Illusionist wizards can specifically know the power that these shadows can hold, and adept casters can manipulate this metal with ease, forming it into any shape or function they would like. Void metal is particularly good at spreading darkness and cutting through areas of light while in weapon form. The stronger magic items include void metal that shifts between visible and invisible at the user's will. While wearing void metal armor, the adventurer might notice the shadows almost seem to cling to their body, whereas also considerably protected by awesome radiant energy.
I love that. I love that so much.
Let's just like call it fucking void metal then. It ticks
freaking
all
yeah.
the fucking boxes of all of the abilities.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, the fact that that's cool.
Real quick, what was the people that used this? Not the shades, but were they before their shades?
The Shadowvar are the ones that want to become shades, and then these are going to be like the elite shades weapon.
Shadowvar. Is that what you would consider the level of craft? The Shadowvar?
It would
Shadowvar wizard?
Well, no. So the Shadowvar, they are the humanoids that want to become shades, and the shades are the ones that like rejuvenate in shadow and everything. So this would be a weapon of the shade upper class.
So the shades created this?
Yes, I would say the shades, or it was created for the shades. But yes, the shades are the ones.
I was thinking it was created for the shades by the Shadowvar.
Well, the Shadowvar want to become the shades. So the Shadowvar are like the apprentices, the squires, and then the Shadowvar, or the shades are like knights.
The Shadowvar are their own race, are they not?
The Shadowvar, they were the inhabitants. Of part. They're just
so the Shadowvar. They're just a people.
Yeah, they're just a humanoid race.
They're like Americans
from the Shadowfell. They just want to become shades because they want to infuse themselves with shadow magic and the Shadowfell itself.
So do you not think that there are any like Shadowvar that are not shades?
No, I mean,
or that are like
not all Shadowvar will become shades. It's just like culturally, that's their goal. They would like to imbue themselves with the essence of the Shadowfell.
But like, imagine there was like a blacksmith, a part of this community that does not have the capabilities to become a shade, but like this is how they contribute. Like that's my mindset. It's like,
but why would it come from the Shadowvar who are inferior? Like the whole point is they want to become this upper echelon. So the sword would become from and for the upper echelon.
But I feel like these upper echelon, but like I feel like are what the shade are not specifically like a fighting force. Like I imagine it kind of like the Greeks versus the Spartans. The Greeks want to be Spartans because the Spartans are badass.
Yeah.
But the Greeks have a bunch of different professions. The Spartans have one profession.
Okay.
Being
I still don't know why you would create a sword for something that you can't be. Like, how would you be able to create this sword for something that you aren't? That's what I don't understand. Is like you're creating the sword that you want to become something that like it just makes sense more that this was created.
I wouldn't say that a blacksmith is the best wielder of every weapon that they make. There's probably plenty of people that can.
But again, like the Shadowvar don't have any powers. Only until they become a shade do they have the connection to the shadow, the rejuvenation, the they're
Right, but
against
would you-
radiant damage.
A Shadowvar could become a wizard. A Shadowvar could get powers that aren't shade powers. Like, yes, they do aspire to be a shade.
But why are they creating this sword that's only going to be wielded by the upper echelon of shades, though? Again,
because they like all the other Shadowvar want the shade to.
But how do they have the powers? Like, they don't have any of the powers of the shade until they become one.
Not
so this
of
would be
the shade, but like you're creating it like for them. Like I would imagine that a blacksmith that isn't a what do you call it? What are those? An Echo Knight that isn't an Echo Knight could create a weapon that an Echo Knight could use, right?
I don't know how they would make a weapon that, because the Echo Knight is the one that like has the power. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand how something that doesn't have any shadow power makes a weapon that specifically is used by a creature that is now imbued with the Shadowfell. Like, that's what I don't understand.
Imagine a.
And then where does the attunement come from? Why would something that can't attune with it be able to create it?
So are you saying that only a shade can attune to it?
No, but if they can't, like, again, so the whole point though is like that's the whole thing is like,
so my mindset is
lore-wise, there's only one intended like wielder for this. So
there
it should
are
be created
other creatures that can harness the power of shadows other than the shade. So
Yeah.
I would think that if another creature that desired to harness the power of the shadow wanted to create a weapon for these shades, they could do so.
But it's very different than saying, hey, I'm going to create this weapon specifically for this like elite fighting force that no one else can use. Only like
it's not no one else can use. We're saying the players can use it, but it's that they can tap into an element of this blade.
But it's not meant to be wielded by anybody. There was only a handful of these made for this like specialized force. Like, this was made for them because like, that's what I don't understand is like, it doesn't make sense that they would have this elite fighting force, then go to the people who want to become that fighting force, have them be able to make such a powerful weapon specifically for them. That's
what doesn't make sense to me is how this elite fighting force has the skills of crafting to make these things. Because it would make more sense to me that their goal is to be this elite fighting force, not a bunch of crafters.
Well, they just want to become shade, which is again imbued. Once they become a shade and have the powers of like the shadow magic, what's to say that as a blacksmith who became a shade who infused themselves would then be able to make this? Like, that's why I don't understand why the lower tier would be making the badass weapon for the higher tier. It should come from the people who became the higher tier.
See, it feels like,
because not all shades are warriors. Shades just a
here's where my head
version.
canon. Here's where my that's where I'm confused.
So that's what
you're saying. Not all shades are warriors. That is my impression.
No,
all shades are warriors.
That never said that.
We never
said that. We said that shades are what Shadowvar want to become, and shades are simply.
So can you give me a description of what a shade is?
Yeah, we can go over it again. So shades are humanoids who have merged with the essence of the shadow stuff or Shadowfell, and they've traded away their very souls in exchange for power, physique, prowess, protection from harm, and ageless immortality. All they've done is they are a person, typically of a Shadowvar, who just has infused themselves with the stuff of the Shadowfell, and that's it. Whatever they were,
is that
they
a picture
still
of
are.
one of them?
That's a picture, yeah. Like a kind of like a warrior or a rogue, maybe, like on like the rooftop. So again,
they still look very humanoid. So when
Shadowvar are humanoid.
Yes, no. What I mean by that is it's like I looked up some pictures, and maybe these pictures are giving me a very different idea, but like it almost looked like they became a different entity.
I mean, they do change because again, they imbue themselves with the shadow stuff, but again, that doesn't turn them into a specific class. It doesn't make them fighters. I'm just saying that you have an entire culture who wants to infuse themselves with a type of magic to become this different race.
No, I understand that. Like I said,
those within that race, now that they have this power,
have a very different
create
idea.
These powers.
Where'd you go?
You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I just don't understand. It's like, why would you be able to create something when you don't have the powers yet? Like, only shades would be able to create the shade weapon because they all have the power of the Shadowfell.
I don't
in order to create it.
Agree with that, but I'm not opposed to the shades creating it. It's just it made more sense to me that there was a community of people, just like people that aren't in the army, can create guns and do create guns for people in the army. That was my mindset. That was
right. But the Shade aren't necessarily the army. They're just.
I don't really see shades walking around, and there's like a shade behind the bar. There's another shade that's got their own blacksmith shop. There's like I feel like being this elite thing. I think
maybe I gave you the wrong idea of what a shade is then, because I think that it's sounding like you didn't get.
Well, I mean, even after reading that, it feels like, especially because they're aspiring to be up at this like higher echelon, it feels like they're trying to go be like a Navy SEAL or something like that. They're trying to go be something that nobody else is. They're not going to necessarily like hang around with all the normies, so to speak. It's no
different than a religious person wanting to find enlightenment. They just want to imbue themselves with the power of God. You know what I mean? Like it's just another type of magic they want to become one with. And all it does is give them some special aspects, but it doesn't change who they are. Not everybody who follows a god becomes a cleric or a paladin. They just want to be enlightened or infused with that particular god and their following and their ideology, but that doesn't mean they want to become something of it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's how I look at the Shade. Is the Shade are just people who have infused themselves with something.
Yeah, see,
it's not like only fighters become Shades. It's not like a subclass. It's a whole culture.
It felt maybe this is just the idea that I got because it's all Shadowfell, but it felt very much like a cult, right? Like I mean, a lot
of the Shadowfell is very culty. A lot of it's very culty.
Exactly. And so it was like, okay, like I've been seeing this stupid video over and over and over again where these people are like that, and then like headbutting people in like this river. It's this weird animated thing. It's super.
What the foul?
I swear I've sent you a couple videos of it, but it's absolutely wild.
Time for your headbutt baptism.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. They're in these weird robes, headbutting people so that they can summon this freaking demon. Then he freaking headbutts the demon. It's weird.
Headbutts the demon.
Yeah. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's hilarious.
That visual I just got in my head.
When I come across the video again, I'm gonna send it to you.
Please do so, because the image I have in my head of just this guy just like headbutting like a couple people, and then there's just like like everything starts shaking, and he turns around. This demon comes up. He's like, "Oh Lord."
It's like you almost described it exactly. It's fucking wild. It's absolutely wild. It's ridiculous. But like that's kind of like the idea that I got. Like it felt to me,
and maybe that was the way I explained it was just incorrect.
It's not necessarily the way you explained it. It's just the expectations that I would have in a scenario like this.
Yeah.
Like for me, that is what makes the most sense, and not that it couldn't be any other way, but it
was funny because to me that's the exact opposite. It makes the least sense for those that aren't. We're making powerful weapons for those that are.
That I get if I'm coming at it from the perspective that these are just regular dudes that are now regular dudes.
And that's all it is. Like, it's these people culturally want this connection, but that connection now is a magical connection, but it's literally more of like, I look at it like you said, it's religious, it's culty. Because again, even the Princess of the Shadow is one of the ways that they can become a Shade. She can grant them this, or they can go to what was it? They can also go do a ritual called what was it? So there's the Princess of the Shade. There was also I just had it up. There was it mentioned like 3 different ways you can become a Shade. Oh yeah, so here it is. So becoming a Shade is also possible by completing the ritual Fane of the Shadows. The Temple of Shar that shifted. Oh yeah, so you can go to the Temple of Shar, and they can do it by doing this ritual. You could all of these. Okay, so it looks like originally the main way was that you had to go and do this Fane of the Shadows, which was going to the Temple of Shar, and okay, this doesn't tell me how. So it looks like there was like a ritual, like a rite of passage almost kind of thing, like a very just kind of like a baptism.
Sure.
You have to be accepted, you have to be approved, and you have to be baptized. You're allowed to get the touch, and then you're just better than what you are.
You watch the what's that fucking Star Wars series with the Mandalorian?
Yeah.
You watch the Mandalorian, like the whole.
I've seen like an episode or two, but I haven't watched it.
There's this whole thing about like
the waters,
you
right?
follow the way, yeah, and then these waters that you got to like literally be baptized in.
Yeah, the waters that don't technically exist anymore, that dried up, like the rivers of the whatever.
But yeah, exactly, and so like there's this whole thing about this guy like being reaccepted into the Mandalorian code or whatever because he broke it or whatever, something like that. So
yeah,
he's trying to find a way back in. Anyways, that's kind of what this reminds me of, and I guess because even in that mindset, like there are different kind of Mandalorians.
Yeah, well, and also
like,
consider this: would a Mandalorian?
There's a Forge Master Mandalorian.
Well, and consider like again the arrogance of Mandalorians. Would they really accept using weapons made by non-Mandalorians? Like you'd have to earn your right to make their weapons, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of maybe that's a better example of being the shade where it's again, yes, primarily most people would prefer to be the elite, right? They want to be the warriors, but reality is you just want to be part of the system. And being part of that system doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a great bounty hunter. It just means that you've been selected for what you can do. Now, granted, most people are probably selected for their physical prowess. Like we could easily suggest that that's probably what it is, but considering that Shar isn't very like physical, there's probably a lot of followers that Shar could easily confirm you can have shadow power. So I think there's an argument for all of it. I think again, this is just how as a DM you would approach like your storytelling.
Sure.
And this is the first time we've really used like traditional like D&D lore.
Sure.
We very rarely.
To be honest, there's probably like a concrete description of this out there somewhere, or maybe there's not because a lot of D&D lore is, like
it's vague and haphazard,
incomplete to an extent for a reason. So DMs can fill in whatever they need to. And
that's
stuff
my
and
theory.
things. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So otherwise though, I think that this doesn't have to be, we were talking about creation, right? Like level of creation.
Where am I at?
I would say probably rare, very rare, and while not specifically mortal made, it's mortal level. I mean, obviously I would think this is more like a Fae, not like prime material plane level of mortal, but it's not divine. Like, I wouldn't expect this to have been made like by the Raven Queen herself or something, or like by Shar herself. Like, this feels more like it's still a weapon made by the people for those that want to use it, right? Like, kind of like veterans that go work for Lockheed Martin and then make a better weapon because they're like, I've been in the field, I know what we need. Kind of like that, how I feel like this is how this got made. Like, after a while, people were like, we need a weapon that's like us. Like,
sure.
We need to be able to go one step because these mundane weapons aren't good enough. And then someone was like, I got a way to fuse our magic with this weapon so we become more powerful.
We never actually talked about it, but stepping back real quick, the Orb of Omnipresence, I'm assuming that's an artifact.
I was going to say even like a relic if that's even existing. It has to be an artifact though. It's godlike. It's 100% has to be the most rarest item of all.
Got it.
Like, again, I'd even call it like a divine relic, but I don't think D&D has that.
They don't have a classification for what a relic is.
They really should, though. Relic should be beyond artifact, but who knows?
Right.
I would be okay with this being even legendary because it has like, because again, if we're going to say that this came from like the upper echelon of the Shadowfell, like Holy Guard or like the highest echelon of the Shadowfell, I'm okay calling it legendary or very rare.
I think very rare fits a little bit better just because they are being made by mortals and who like there's more. You can make more of them.
And they're designed to not be one for one. They're designed to just be given to these soldiers as our lore says it.
Yeah.
Gotta preface that. It's our lore says it. We're just handing these out to all of the guards.
Sure.
So yeah, you would have to say that even rare. I was just thinking legendary just because it has like kind of some notoriety to it, the way that we're putting it, but very rare. I would only even say my only argument for it definitely won't be legendary because there's too many of them. I was thinking that because of how grandiose. I think my only argument, the only argument I could make or very rare is you are unlikely to find this outside of the Shadowfell. So therefore you could say simply because of the location, even though there's multiples, simply because of how isolated you are to find it, you're likely to find it. That
I very much agree with that. I definitely think it should be very rare, specifically because you said the Shadowvar? The Shadowvar are a people of a specific town, a flying city.
Yeah, a specific place in the Shadowfell.
That's one place.
And then
this one place really wants to be now. Do shades exist outside of this town?
Yes. Yeah. Shades are typically typically you go to like the Temple of Shar, and then you can go elsewhere in the Shadowfell. But the majority of them probably are centered around wherever Shar is in the Shadowfell.
So theoretically, if a shade outside of the Shadowvar's community found one of these things, it could potentially learn how to make another one if they had the skill sets. Or at the very least could be inspired, because if any one of the shades made it, like there's nothing stopping from any other shade making it. There's nothing necessarily specific to the shades outside
of knowledge and like technique. Yeah, I mean you could. It's not to say that you couldn't reverse engineer it, but it's kind of like anything, right? You'd have to have a lot of skills.
It'd be a ghetto version.
I would not say this is so unique of an item that nobody could figure it out. I'm not saying one person's making this, but it's not like this is common knowledge. It's not every blacksmith. You couldn't just take this to a blacksmith.
There's not the internet here. It's not like the blueprints for it out there.
If you were to take one of these items and then take it to like the highest level blacksmith, like magic blacksmith, they could probably figure out how to do a similar weapon. Maybe not that weapon, because maybe they don't have access to that shadow magic, but could they make the opposite? Could a celestial or someone of a divine of that level, could they make the radiant version of this sword? Probably.
Sure.
Like, I totally agree. Yes, there's knowledge about it that's much more accessible. I don't think this is like there's not one blacksmith making it,
and that's the biggest. But my biggest argument against legendary.
But yeah, and I would say that this is more like this is not a blacksmith, but like the armory of these people.
Sure.
So there might be a handful of blacksmith, but it's like.
And they're also not pumping these out just to pump these out.
Yeah, they make them to order.
Yes.
And they're probably making other stuff, but like the knowledge of the making of the sword is locked in that blacksmith's shop and with his buddies. But is that knowledge like secret? Only to how much they know. But if someone was smart enough, had the right tools and had the right know-how, could this? It was made once, it could be made again, right? Some items are only one-offs. But if they've gotten this down to a process to where they can recreate it, it's like anything else. Like, as long as you get the blueprints and you have the skill sets. I think the biggest challenge for anybody to recreate this would be access to the magic. Like, just accessing shadow and the shadow magic. Sure. The darkness and what it can do. Outside of that, I don't see this being anything special. I mean, what is it? It casts darkness. It summons the serpents in the darkness. And it's not magical in daylight. Like, realistically, it doesn't really do that much. I think it just sounds really more badass, but it's not like it's the Uber of Uber swords.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not like this thing is devastating. It's just situationally, this thing could fucking wreck. Yeah, I think very rare works. I think that's totally fine. I think it's not very rare in quantity. It's very rare in likeliness of running it.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, we could even, again, this is probably too much, but if you wanted to add in one little extra flavor to really push it home that it's very rare, you could even say, if left in direct sunlight for longer than 24 hours, it starts to decay and deteriorate into nothing. Like, literally, sunlight destroys it over time, to where that's why you can't find them outside the Shadowfell, because any sunlight over time will literally just disintegrate it into nothingness. It might be too much to add to the description, but that sounds kind of right. You know what I mean? Why would you never find one of these outside of the Shadowfell? Because if sunlight gets on it too long,
it dies.
It just tanks.
Now, what if it's sheath? You'd probably have to find like a special sheath that like covers like the whole blade.
thing. Yeah, if it's not fully wrapped. And maybe that's again another thing. Like whenever these guys leave the Shadowfell, maybe they have to fully wrap it. So like, there's some fun stuff here. Again, this is the fun stuff I don't think many DMs think about. I think a lot of them just kind of, what can it do? Okay, you guys can play with it. You know what I mean? Like they just, you want to know the numbers, not the story.
Yes.
Story. This is why I like doing this stuff. This stuff is so much more fun because we get the story out of it. Yeah, you know, the more I look at these eels, the more I love the idea of what if this picture is what you see when you're standing in your darkness. This is what happens when you've activated your darkness. This is what it looks like for you. You can see all the stuff and this like wispiness of the shadow realm, but you can see distance and these things. You just see them floating around, like just circling the targets.
Why did the second you say that, I want the people's speed to be halved? Because it's all this like gooey craziness.
I think we're fucking up people too much already. And again,
I know,
think about
I know,
the players
I know.
having to earn this in a fight. But no, I see what you're saying because you did kind of morph the two worlds together. But I think morphing the two worlds together better explains why the sword and the wielder can like recover better in the darkness. I think there's a lot going on there. But I do like that this is what you see. Like it's not perfectly clear like daytime. But you can see all, and like that like little whiteness is like the edge, so like you can still see out of it, but it's like maybe a little bit hazy for you. And then you just see all of like, you really see the fact that it's the Shadowfell coming in, like that's what all the trees are for. Even though like you're in like, you know, a ballroom, but this is what it looks like to you even in the ballroom. You look like you're outside with just your serpents flying. Oh, that would be so badass to be able to visualize it because it reminds me of the Bankai from Bleach, the dude that was the blind guy who put them in the sphere of darkness.
Okay.
That's what I'm like thinking about this thing is where it's just like sphere of darkness.
Here's a question. A warlock who takes the invocation that allows them to see through magical darkness. They walk in here. Do they see them?
Why the fuck not? Because again, this isn't normal magical darkness. It acts like normal magical darkness, but it is a blending. Why the fuck not freak them out? And be like, as you walk in and you expect to see the chair, the carpet, the sconce on the walls, what you really see are decaying trees and mud. And you seem like you're in a swamp. And then you see these creatures flying around. Like, oh my God, that would be creepy as fuck, dude.
2 questions. I very much agree, and I like that. Does that mean that if there was a bed in the room, there's no longer a bed there, so that obstacle isn't there for you to overcome? Or is this kind of overlapping?
It's both. It would be like the floor would change, but you would see objects. Like maybe you don't see the carpet or the tapestry, but you do see the chair and the table. Like you can't walk through it. You're not teleported somewhere else, but it's both worlds on top of each other. I would say the furthest exteriors, walls, floor, those become the ground. Or again, you just do a little bit of both, right? You see the carpet, but instead of going over the stone floor, now you see the ripples of the roots of a nearby tree. So the people in the real room don't trip on the roots, but you see that the carpet is actually bent on the roots. So it's minor illusion meets, you know, reality.
I totally get that. I totally get
that. So yeah, you would see a
this
chair, because it's like if it happened, you wouldn't fall out of a chair you were sitting in.
There's this one video game where you play on like 2 different computers, and depending on which person you are, you see the world.
We played that one. One's in the future, one's in the past.
Is that what it is? Is future and past?
One's a robot in the future, one's like a human in the past. And you have the same world,
and you're like you're affecting different things, and
and so like one person will have like a pitfall, and so the other person will have to push something they can't see.
Exactly.
And then you'll see them floating in the air, walking on the thing you move. It's a really fun game. It's a Baccarat.
I want to play that so bad.
Or
I've been trying to get my lady into it.
You and V should totally play. But yeah, I'm getting that. And it's almost, or you can go one step further and instead, no, because that would be too much like an illusion where it's like the things are there, but they don't look like the things. Like you were laying on a bed.
Sure.
And if this happened, you would get up, but now you see you're laying on like
a bed of grass or something like that, or something other.
Or like raised like roots, like vines and stuff. So the bed look like, but that would be more of an illusion than it would be the Shadowfell being here. Because how likely would the Shadowfell have everything one-to-one?
The second question is, if that is the case and you are a warlock that can see through magical darkness, would you have any opportunity to avoid the mandatory damage you would get when you start your turn in here? Like a dex saving throw or something to that effect?
I don't know if it's worth putting it in there or even just as an optional or as a DM note for if a player can see through magical darkness, maybe it's a roll to hit. Maybe the serpent has the I was about to say Thaco has the ability to hit similar to the wielder. So it has the same to hit aspect. So if you can see the serpent, it's gonna just roll to hit.
So
like
the attacker, the person that casts it, just basically rolls an attack roll, and if it hits,
and it's still start of your turn because it's still gonna come after you because it's still floating around. But if you can see it, you should have your AC. I think you should have your full AC if you try to hit it, or if you can see it. That's the whole point. The whole point of it auto damaging you is you can't see it coming. That's the whole reason why it should auto.
Yes.
If you can see it coming, why should it auto hit you?
I agree.
It's a messy rule, but it's one of those rules. It's only going to come up if someone literally is like, "But wait, can I?"
The only thing I think is, and again, I know that they're overused, but in a situation like this, especially because I imagine there's just a shit ton of these eels just flying around here all the time. I like you're literally being swarmed. I see it a little bit more as a dexterity saving throw rather than an attack roll against you, because you're trying to avoid all this craziness and like weave through this other world that I'm unfamiliar with.
Okay.
And so I would put the burden on the player.
It's still a guaranteed hit. Like the attacker is still gonna get the free attack off, but you have a chance to save out of it versus him having a chance to miss you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I like that. I think a save is better because again, the whole point is it's not a one-on-one attack. It's just that these things are all over and randomly, aka at the start of your turn, one of them is going to randomly bite at you. It's not really a attack that you're fighting against, more as it is just you reacting to something that is going to bite you. So yeah, I'm totally okay putting a note in there that if a creature can see, if a creature affected by this spell can see in magical darkness, the attack at the top of the turn is a dex save. And that's really all it is, right? Like, just you could say that you see what the caster sees, but really the biggest change is that it's a dex save instead of an auto hit.
How much damage are we thinking?
That's what we haven't figured out yet. It can't be more than a D6, but it's got to be at least a D4. Like, it's a bite. You know what I mean? Most bites are at least a D4. Maybe a D4 minus 1.
I like
D6 might be too much just for a free hit. Like, that might be especially because
I kind of like a D6.
Yeah,
I do. Especially at the level of play we're gonna get for this.
That's fair.
I don't want it to feel like I don't have to worry about it, or I can tough it out. Like maybe a barbarian could tough it out.
And seeing as how it's only in the darkness bubble, it kind of goes along with the fact that your sword does that 1 extra D6 of damage. Well, this is that version of the 1d6 of damage. It's just at rate. So basically, that 1d6 of damage is almost as if it's not the sword doing the damage, it's the bubble. It's just whether it's the serpent, the sword, but the bubble is causing it. So, okay, we could do one and just make it necrotic. Should we just just
100% lean
continue it? Because even then, if it's necrotic damage, sucks to suck. If you're fighting something with necrotic resistance, they're like, I don't give a fuck about your serpents. Let them bite me. It tickles. Oh my god, something so like, oh my god. So you have something that's vulnerable, so or that has resistance, so they just laugh at it and they say it tickles. Something that's like immune to necrotic damage, it would be funny, like you could just play it off as a DM, like the player does the darkness and the thing just sits there and laughs, and then as the thing comes to bite it, it just grabs it and then bites its head off, like it's just a snack, and it's like, thanks. And then the battle continues. But just because the idea of it's immune, so it's like, just imagine that moment where it's just like, this thing comes to bite it and it's like, and it's like wiggling, and it just like a fish just bites its head off. It's like, yum. That would just be devastating for like, because again, those are those moments where sometimes we as DMs don't go the extra mile to really represent what we're talking about, right? When you say something's immune to damage, most of the times no one even talks about it even being hit, right? They're like, oh, it's immune. So everyone just kind of metagames, oh, well, don't bother. But that's not the same as that serpent's still gonna fucking bite the thing. What does immunity mean? If it bites it Is it just mean that its teeth can't penetrate, or is immune literally mean it's not afraid and it can just handle its own? You know what I mean? It's just it's a different way of explaining immunity.
No, I like that.
So I love the idea that, like, again, this is me as a DM when I try to think of like ways to describe things. I try to look at what is raw with lore. What is immunity really showing off? Just because you miss an attack doesn't mean you missed them. Just because you're raging but rolling low doesn't mean you're, you know, not having good, you know, like tactics. It just means that, you know, like, again, explaining the fact that you're just so overraged that you're over swinging, right? You're telegraphing your attacks too easy.
Right.
It's better to say that than, oh, you miss. And again, I like the idea of it's immune. So at the start of every turn, one of them goes to bite it, but it fights back. That sounds better to represent immunity than just saying it bites it, but nothing happens. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I know that was a weird tangent. So a 1d6, I'm okay. 1d6 necrotic damage, and sucks to suck if you're against something that has necrotic immunity because it doesn't care.
100%. It's not going to come up that often, so I think that it'll still definitely.
And what's the likelihood you're going to come up against something that has necrotic immunity that you don't know about it beforehand?
Sure.
Like, it's going to be very rare that you're going to come up against something that you find out halfway through. Last question, I think, for me. As kind of more of a, I don't know if this would add to the gameplay, add to the spiciness. Should the wielder have the ability to cancel the darkness once cast? Or once cast, does it have to stay up for a minute? Just more as a fun challenge instead of a, I don't want to fuck over the player, but this sounds like one of those, if you took that away, it would make it slightly more tactical because it's not just pop up, pop down. Once it's on for a minute. Period.
Only because we already talked about you being attuned to it, will I say it feels like you should be able to turn it off.
Okay, that's I just was thinking.
I do agree.
An extra thing, how cool would it be once it's
agree.
on? Because again, you know, lore wise, the knights don't care. On or off, it doesn't matter to them. So why would they care about turning it off? That's like,
sure.
It's kind of like on a machine. It's one extra button that you don't have to program. So it's parts you can save. It's, you know, materials you can save.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting, I think, but I don't think it adds anything outside of maybe just a uniqueness. Just,
yeah.
But I don't know if it really changes how it's going to ever get used. Like, I don't really see people turning it on and off hardly ever outside of, it makes sense to turn it off because combat's over.
Yeah. Or you're trying to let some of your companions through. But again, I don't see that being because you're using up the charge. Like, whether you have the ability to turn it off or not, like, you're killing that charge before it's had its full usefulness. And
you're not getting anything back.
It's not something that you're gonna desire to do, but
you should be able to in a pinch. That makes sense. Because you don't want like your buddy dying and the healer can't get to him.
Yeah.
Unless you have to drag the healer like he's right in front of you. Put your hands out.
Exactly.
That'd be hilarious. That you have to drag your healer through the darkness and be like, put your hands out, get ready for healing. You ready? Then you have to push him into the guy.
That's funny.
All right. Cool. I'm liking this weapon. I really like this.
What would you like to call it? Based on the creator, based on its ability, or something unique?
I don't think. So if it's going to be after the creator, I think it would be after like the group. If we were going to do like, you know, if we were going to call it like the Shade Knights or whatever, it would kind of be like their weapon. I kind of like going off like the ability or even having it like a semi-unique name. But because it's a multiple, like it's going to be the name of that type. Like it's like kind of like saying Carbine versus M16, right? Like it's not just a great sword. It's the Shade great sword.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's probably better not having its own name, but I don't want just a Sword of Shadows. Like, you know, I want something a little bit nicer than just directly what it does.
I feel like It would
Shadecaster.
make I feel like it would make more sense to be named after its creators, just because these specific group of people were the ones who put this together for their elite warriors, right?
Mhm.
And like you said, other people could theoretically create it and or copy it. But what was the name of the town again?
Thultanthar. Thultanthar.
If that name wasn't such a mouthful, I would really want to use it.
It's also called the Shade Enclave, City of Shade.
If Shade wasn't such a generic name.
Right. I've been, yeah. So let's see. So Thultanthar is located in the middle of Anarok Desert along the Black Road trade route, connecting the Silver Marches and Kurmanthar in the area of Bedin, the area of the Bedin tribes near the city of the Shadow Sea, and the Scimitar Spires range, surrounded both by a lake and a city on all three sides. Oh, okay. So Thultanthar was actually created in this year. Their high priest, known as Lord Shadow, experimented with Plane of Shadow for some time and successfully shifted the entire city into the Plane of Shadows mere days before Karsus cast Karsus Avatar and temporarily destroyed the Weave. Same reason Lord Shadow could not move the city back to the Prime Material Plane.
What was the name of the princess that could give these people these shadow powers?
Princess of Shade. I know. So amazing. Let's see. So this inner circle was led by Lord Shadow, High Prince Telamont Tenthul, and his 12 sons. They were born nobles before the first fall of the Empire. Spent most. Okay, so Tenthul is the name of the person who made the town. Thultanthar. So Tanthul is his name. Thultanthar is the name of his city. So he kind of like messed with his name there. So wait a second. So trying to see if any of the like of the 12 sons became like a blacksmith or something.
Sure.
Because then that would make, like, again, the creator of the town, one of their sons makes it like this would be kind of cool. Skilled commander.
What's the name did the ritual have a name? The ritual to become a shade?
It was the Bane of Shadows. Fane. Okay, so we have the High Prince, Telamon Tanthul, and then the 12 princes, all Tanthuls, but there's a bunch of names here. High princes and a lord here, head of the coven, someone reincarnated and working with undead, locations, Banafshar. Mountaintops. So the Fan of Shar was the main temple, and the Fan of Shadows was like the place where they would go and earn. Human Shade. Ooh, Human Shade, who served the right hand of the prince and the ruler. Okay, wait, hold on. fought up his way to the ranks of his peer, proving himself to be capable. Manipulator, rivals, divination spells, became the most knowledgeable shade in the city. More information.
Is Tanthul the first name or last name?
Last name.
Is it Rivelin? Is the first name?
No. Oh, yeah, Rivelin. It's one of the 12 princes.
Oh, that's one of the 12 princes.
Yeah, one of the 12 princes of the Shade, well as the High Priest, personal champion, chosen of Shar, goddess of light and dark, and his service in the goddess, gained divine power, and eventually dwarfed that of his father, nearly destroyed the entire realm of Faerun, imposing figure, broad shoulders, believe non-existence was life, abilities. Unique about his fellow person was that he was a spellcaster, where advanced practitioners of both divine and arcane magics. Art and the power. Wait, magic of the art and the power. What are those? Art sources known as. Interesting. Okay, so they had like both types of powers. That's right. Okay, so third Herald, he was forced to share his power. Later, whom transformed the Archdevil became
Great Sword of the Exalted Shadows. So,
What's that?
the Great Sword of the Exalted Shadows.
Interesting.
Very ominous.
So he was, I mean, other than being a blacksmith though, but he had normal and
He had a
divine
lot of
power.
knowledge.
He has a lot of knowledge. He's also here. He served as the leader. Since his father was the secular ruler of the Shadowvar, the people who wanted to become shades, he served as their leader in faith, as the chosen of Shar. He led the clergy from the magnificent Hall of Shadows, located in the Palace Most High, oversaw the cities, temples, and the Fane of Shar. So again, those that wanted to become the shades, he overwatched them all. His efforts spread. He helped among his people, helped the Shadowvar endure the centuries of their city remained within the Shadowfell. For a time, he owned the. He was an avid collector. So it's like he could have been like, maybe not the maker, but he could have been. We could just say that he was the creator.
He was credited for the creation or the invention of this.
Because yeah, his whole thing was like kind of like
he likely could have facilitated the blacksmiths that actually put it together.
Or he was the one who created the idea to like help his people, like, you know, continue doing this. Stealing godhood,
I almost like the blade of, because it's not like his blade if he's not the actual creator, but it could be the blade of, meaning like the blade used for what he stood for and all of the things. Oh, that's cool.
What's that?
So I realized that I hadn't updated our homebrew review yet because I've been slacking. But I went to go do that, and I just saw this message that said the place where I normally do that is actually being moved into the Discord app itself.
Oh, interesting. That'll be nice.
Yeah.
It's been way too long on trying to figure out a name for this thing.
What was that person's name? That prince's name? Was it that Roshlyn one?
Rivelin.
Rivelin?
The shades of the dance bar separate people. You know what? I kinda like this. So an enclave is a group or area that is distinct from the surrounding area or country. So, what other words go with? I kind of want to use enclave because it's from the enclave. The enclave like is talking about a certain kind of group. So it's like it's like a secular group that's like separate from the general. So even though it's from the Shadowfell, it's kind of from those within a group of the Shadowfell, right? So enclave does kind of set it aside. I'm just trying to think of like what's another word for like protector of or like guardian. You know, I'm trying to think of like a different word. So it's like this is basically like the enclave's like protection. Find another word that makes sense. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Again, a little bit out of the ordinary for a name, but what about the Doomguard Enclave? Or the Enclave Doomguard? It's a little outside of our normal.
Said Doomglaive?
Doomblade. Or Doomguard. Enclave, Doomguard, or Doomguard Enclave. Because, like, you know, like the darkness overtakes you, kind of like Doom. So it's like when you see the darkness, it's too late, you know? Like closing in on you. Ooh, the Shade Forged Gloomblade. So we know where it's from, who it's from, but it kind of gives that like the gloom blade. It's like it's all, it's necrotic damage, it's darkness, it's, can't get away from the darkness. Kind of like it gives all of the things that are synonymous with like gloom.
Right. Not mad at it.
And again, it makes it feel like it's not from here. It makes it feel like that's
Definitely.
truly like if you heard that was from the Shadowfell and then you heard Gloomblade, that sounds fucking terrifying. And I like Shadeforged. Like I
do like Shadeforged.
Like what if, because again, instead of it being like a generic name, because we said Shade was a generic name, what if the Shadeforged was like the place? Like what if that was the place it's known for? Like these warriors go to the Shadeforge.
Right.
And that's where the upper echelon of blacksmiths were. Like the Shadeforge. Kind of like what's the one from Asgard? Like they had like the Sunforge or whatever. Like,
oh yeah.
So it's like imagine that's just what it's called. It's called the Shadeforge. So
interesting.
It's called Shadeforged because it's from the
the Shadeforge.
Phage. Yeah. We good with that one? I mean, it's getting kind of late, so we probably should come up with a name sooner than later.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it. So we're calling it the Shadeforged Gloomblade.
I think that could be cool.
Okay.
I think that works. I think it says what it needs to say. It gives it this ominous like name that you're not exactly sure what it does. But if you know enough, if it comes from the Shadowfell, it's called Gloomblade, and it's from the Shade, you probably get an idea that this is not something that you really want to come up against.
I'm looking at it. It feels like that name feels like it fits. It feels like that could for sure be a Gloomblade.
And I'm just thinking of like, can you imagine you pulling this out, you see the etherealness just, glowing,
Mm-hmm.
and then all of a sudden they just like turn it, like do the thing where you see it like sideways and then they turn it, you see it like this, and then you can imagine you just see this like dot, and then that dot just suddenly gets hella big and just starts spreading out. So it's like, you can just watch them go, and then you just see the darkness rush forward at you. Like, it just, there's some really cool visuals we can get from this. And like just like that gloom that overtakes you, and then like the idea that you get damaged in the middle of the dark. Like, who's not afraid of the fucking dark when something's biting you? Like, there's a lot of aspects about this where it's like you're probably not thinking things are going great for you right now.
Very much so.
Cool. I like it. What would we say was void metal?
Yep, void metal. It's a great sword weapon. It's made from void metal. It is made by the Shade Warriors. Its lore is that it is made for the upper echelon of these Shade Warriors. Its name is the Shade Forged Gloom. Now, is that Shade Dash Forged, or is this like all one word?
I think it would be one word, Shade
One word?
Forged, because again, the Shade Forge will be like one word. It's like a location.
And then abilities are it can cast darkness 3 times per day. This is the standard version. Is it can cast it up to 3 times all at once.
Well, up to 3 times, and all can be going.
All could be
Yeah.
could be up at the same time.
Yeah.
Inside of the darkness, there are eels that will attack you for 1d6 necrotic damage at the start of your turn, or once you enter it for the first time.
I do
your
like the
turn.
first time, not just any time you go in and out, but I
Correct.
do like just the first time they kind of just like hone in on you and bite you.
Sure. And then if you have the ability to see through magical darkness, you can make a dexterity saving throw with should it be a set DC?
How would it normally be done in that case?
So I can see it either way. Either it is a set DC based upon the weapon and like how powerful this weapon is, or it's based on the caster, the user itself.
I think it should be based on the caster for player purpose. Or no, I'm sorry, the weapon based on player purposes. Because you could see in the lore, it might be the relationship with the warrior and the serpents. It's kind of like their pet.
Mm-hmm.
This, it's a business contract. They know what they can do. They're only going to do the bare minimum of what they're supposed to do. They're going to be in their bubble. They're attracted to
So it's
anybody
based
who's
off of the sword.
I think it should just be a flat, because the idea is like they just care about hanging around the sword when it's in darkness, and they'll just attack anything that's not the wielder. Whereas if you're the actual like Shade Warrior, they might actually listen to you. Maybe like you can
So even if you have a higher DC when you're doing it, when you attune to it, it's gonna be a different DC. Which I'm okay with that.
I think that sounds better
okay
for the lore. Because again, this isn't about the wielder, it's about who it was supposed to be wielded. You're just, you're the second hand.
Sure.
It's like picking up a dog, it's like buying a dog from the pound, right? Like, you're just the second hand owner. That dog has a personality. Like, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. It's appreciative that you owned it, but it's not your dog, like.
For this weapon, how much is too much? 15 to 17?
So, I mean, I don't want it to be super low. Like 13 sounds way too low.
Correct.
And too easy for it. Just you already are getting an advantage for scene. You shouldn't get an advantage on top of that. I don't think 15's out of line. That's still the upper side of things, but it's not.
I feel like 15's okay.
You're not stressing yourself for not making it, but again, it's like I don't want to give you too much benefit because you're already getting the benefit of seeing it. I just don't want it to be one of those good luck, like you're gonna get hit anyway. Like I want it to feel like you have a chance. Maybe that's why. If it's an 18, maybe it doesn't feel like there's enough of a chance, but maybe 15 feels too much like a chance. Like two.
So 16 or 17 maybe?
Yeah, let's do a 16. Let's make it feel like it's doable, but it's not going to be your standard roll. You still gotta bump it up.
Okay.
Because that's a 20% chance. No. Yeah. At 16, it's 20% chance of success. Because it's 5% for a D1 or a D20. It's always 5%. Every number is 5%.
Gotcha.
So at 16, you're looking at a 20% chance of dodging. I think that's generously a pretty good number for being able to see the target coming when you're not expecting it. 20% chance of dodging. I feel like anything less than that feels like you're basically just telling them.
Okay.
But 20s, it's not a lot either. It's not even a quarter of it. You know what I mean? That's not even 1 in 4.
Sure.
So,
okay, yeah.
And again, that's so situational. Like,
very true.
I feel like I want the person that finds themselves in that situation to again feel like it wasn't just you got to see it. Unlike everybody else, you got to see what bit you.
Yeah.
That's why, like, if you have to roll an 18, you're basically just telling them that they get to see what bit you. I'd want them to at least feel like they had a chance to like dodge.
Sure.
Not everyone, because you're still going to keep getting attacked, but you should be able to at least save like 1 out of every 3 attempts. Like,
Sure.
I'm okay with that because again, you do have a better benefit than everybody else. But that's fucking cool, dude.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
So cast darkness 3 times, has eels inside, will attack you for 1d6 necrotic damage. If you can see within magical darkness, you have a DC 16 save. When this blade is within direct sunlight, it is considered non-magical for overcoming resistances. When the blade is fully in darkness, it has an additional 1d6 of necrotic damage on a hit. When taking radiant, when the wielder is damaged by radiant damage, this weapon also becomes non-magical for 1 minute. This effect can be ended by being in its magical darkness for a round.
Correct. Yep. I like that.
Um,
It's not too much, but it doesn't mean that once you turn your darkness on, your sword comes immediately back, but it will recharge by your next turn.
right. And it is 2 questions. It requires attunement, and it is a +1 magical weapon. When it becomes non-magical, does it remove its +1?
Yes, because I would feel like that's that +1 necrotic damage.
I agree.
So yeah, it loses all of its magical properties.
Yes,
Essentially,
okay.
just becomes a mundane. I mean, you can even just say when in direct sunlight, it becomes a mundane greatsword. We can just flat out say it like that. So
For me, that sounds like you can't cast the spell.
that's right. No, we don't want. Still want it to be able to cast magical darkness because you want it to be able to get away from the sun.
Yes.
Because that would really suck if you
My
couldn't.
umbrella.
Yeah, you have to be able to get away from the sun, but yeah, it just loses its magical resistance. Yeah, cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, no, I don't see any other reason. I don't see anything else that needs to be done with this. I think this is going to be a great level 7 to 15. I think if you got this earlier, I think you'd feel pretty badass. And I think if you got it any later, it's probably your secondary.
Are there any restrictions to attunement for you?
In this particular case, I mean, the Shadowfell really isn't evil by nature, so I wouldn't really want to say you have to be evil in order to wield it, because that's not really a guarantee.
Sure.
The Shadowfell. I mean, we could just say like it has to be attuned by someone who can, wield like two-handed weapons. So you have to be able to wield it in order to prove yourself worthy. So maybe that's like part of the attunement is you have to be able to.
You have to be proficient in greatsword.
Yeah, proficient. Or is it just greatsword, or is it like two-handed weapons?
I would say it's not really two-handed weapons, but
like martial weapons.
Weapons. But I would also say there are certain races, to be honest, that are a certain size who have disadvantage on carrying large weapons.
Right. I don't think that would change. I think that would still enact.
Sure.
Okay. So attunement could either be you have to be able to wield the weapon, because I'm not a huge fan that every time you attune you automatically now become proficient in it. Like sometimes that's kind of it's too much of a give me.
I agree.
Because that's basically like telling people, well, you found a magical item that you can't use, so sucks to suck. Like that's how I feel like you're trying to solve that problem by just being like, oh, you can magically use it. Like I think it needs you to prove
I don't
yourself.
think a wizard should be able to pick this up and be like, I guess I can use it now.
Unless you're multi-classing.
Sure.
Because then it could be totally beneficial for a wizard, but you better be multi-classing. You need to be able to prove to yourself. Because again, the whole point is that the warrior's weapon, the sword knows whether or not you deserve it. So we could say that attunement requires martial proficiency. I don't think it should be alignment based, but I almost want it to be restricted to anybody that this is the problem, right? You can't really do a whole lot of restrictions the way I would want to do them, like in High Point, because I almost want to restrict anybody who's like reliant on or in some way empowered by radiant magic. Like a celestial couldn't hold this thing, kind of thing. Like something that's literally attuned to radiance can't attune to this.
Curious. Paladin Smite is radiant damage. So Paladin wielding this,
maybe no.
Smite.
So maybe Paladin is a restriction. So maybe non-Paladins with martial feats or with martial capabilities can do it. Because that makes sense. Basically, anything that could do radiance should not be able to wield it. So maybe we could even just say clerics and paladins can't wield this. Because I mean, what's the likelihood a cleric's gonna want to wield a greatsword anyway? So it's very, very, because there's so many other ways that you could go about this. I think paladins and clerics won't be the worst.
I don't think there's anything inherently radiant about a cleric.
Just divine magic in general. I was just thinking because it typically leans towards divine magic. That's because I didn't want to make it good
like
versus
what
evil.
would inherently stop? Because say it was like the god of death or something like that. They're not necessarily going to use radiant damage or like maybe a god of shadows. I mean, who knows? Like, does it just because it's divine that it's bad?
I'm just trying to think of like ways to make it make sense both for the lore and to just not make, I just don't want to do like the standard stuff where it's like, oh, you got to be a fighter. Like, I don't want to just do that.
No, I agree, but I think limiting paladins is great.
I think the paladins makes the perfect sense. I was just going to go for cleric because it doesn't really hurt anything and it just adds a little. Also, kind of adds more to the lore of these aren't really religious people. It's more of a culture, and they are from the Shadowfell, so it's not really like the same culture of deities.
I kind of think because they're not religious, it would make sense because they're not themselves religious. Makes sense that they wouldn't care about if you are religious or not. They would only care about your, what I would consider your pact. Not your pact, what's it called for paladin?
Your oath.
Your oath, yeah. They would like how you live your life, right? Like, and
because I'm only just trying to go against the thing of like, I just don't want this thing to be wielded by someone who can basically play both sides. Like the only limitations I'm trying to put on it are just making sure that you can't basically like overcome it by not being the thing it's meant for. So I don't want someone who's like primarily designed and throwing out radiant damage to want to pick this thing up just so they could also
I'll say clerics can
necrotic.
theoretically, they have a cantrip that does radiant damage, but nothing that really affects their blade or their weapons.
I'm just trying to think of, I just think of it as when it was created again with lore in mind. It was made for a certain type of people, not necessarily against radiance, but it obviously has a weakness against radiance. So I just don't think someone who is powered by radiant powers should be able to attune.
And you
to
consider religious powers being powered by radiant?
No, not necessarily. It's just in 5th edition terminology, I'm trying to come to the closest relationship. Like a paladins makes sense, but I don't know if that's enough of a restriction of just paladins. I'm trying to think of
like
what
it is, just because I'm trying to think of anything else that really goes down that road. There are certain subclasses that lean heavily into radiance. Like theoretically, there's a monk subclass where like almost all the damage they do is radiant. And I think there's like a sun soul sorcerer.
Yeah, and there's no real way to like target those classes
unless you do like, because I've seen Cosmic do it every so often when he'll target specific, and even in
like a subclass,
they'll target specific subclasses. Well, they'll like call it out, like, you know, these.
I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to think of, that's the only thing I just don't want is, not that it would really happen, but it would just feel weird to someone who, you know, is fully of like radiant side trying to play both sides of the field. Like I feel like the sword wouldn't respond. But yeah, I don't know. At least the martial weapon, I think you need to at least prove yourself that you can wield.
Proficient in the weapon, and at the very least, not paladins.
And I don't know if it would be easier just to say no paladins or restriction classes or no paladins or any subclass featuring radiant magic.
With radiant powers. Yeah.
Like featuring, because again, like you said, clerics have radiant cantrips, but that doesn't feature. That's not like they're, so if we could just basically say if your subclass features radiant magic, this thing won't attune. Because the whole point is it literally gets hurt by radiant magic. And if you were a being of radiance and you attune to it, what's it going to do to you? You know what I mean? Like you were supposed to complete the circuit, and what you've done is you've poisoned it. Like that's how I like. Again, the way I look at attunement is it's completing the circuit. How can I complete the circuit if I'm literally giving it like something that hurts it?
Yeah.
So that's why I'm just trying to figure out that. But you know,
no, I agree with that.
Easier language. If
I
you think that
can find language for that.
Most people could understand that, right? Like any subclass that features or is primary, you know, power is radiance. I don't know how to.
Yeah.
I don't know how 5th edition would like to say that.
I don't necessarily think there's a standard way yet, but I feel like with all the terminology that they've included in a lot of their other things, there's a way to massage 5th edition language to articulate that fairly clearly.
Okay, cool. Because I think that works perfect. I think, yeah, just the simple idea that anybody that has radiance would basically, the idea is that you poison, so it won't attune. Because, I mean, makes sense to me.
Big facts.
I mean, you know, it's kind of like, you know, a celestial weapon being able to be wielded and attuned by a demon. Like, would that really make a lot of sense? Probably not.
Not so much.
All right, cool. 4.5 hours. I don't know how we do it.
Every time, man.
I don't know how we do it. I don't know how we don't have more followers at this point. So much amazing content that we're doing.
We getting it.
All right, are we good with this one? Have we finalized this one?
I believe so. I believe so. We have pretty much everything we need.
This is the Shade Forged. How many do we have now? So I go to my completed folder. 7 items completed. Holy shit. 3 orb-like things. three orbs, 3 swords, and
A
one
bow
rod.
thing. Oh yeah.
Well, the bow sword. So there's the bow.
Okay.
There's the bow sword, the blood rose blade, the gloom blade, are the 3 swords. Then we have the black eye scepter, the chromatic focus, the orb of omnipresence, and the Orabrax.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. The ballista espada, black eye scepter, blood rose blade, chromatic focus, orb of omnipresence, Orabrax, and the shade forged gloom blade. Dude, the more I'm just reading these names and I'm like, I can already see these in our book. Like I can already just see ourselves just like flipping through these and just like reading up on this shit. Like
Yep.
I am so fucking excited to get this stuff like actually put to fucking.
Dude, this is gonna be good shit.
I'm super excited. All right, well, I think that might be us, man. It's been like 4.5 hours. It's absolutely. I'm tired. This was way long.
For sure.
I was just gonna do it. I thought it was gonna be
Do something
like,
quick.
easy. We'll just have a night. It's almost midnight. You got to get home.
Yep.
You got to call your lady so she doesn't freak out.
Of course.
All right.
Oh,
Well,
dude, I can see those.
yeah. Okay. Well, we're gonna end it there, so we don't sit here until midnight, and so Kage can actually get home safely. So thank you guys so much. I hope you guys enjoyed that. This has been a really fun series.
I really am liking it.
I'm really liking it. I want to keep doing this one. I feel like we need to take a break from it. We've done 3 episodes in this last month alone.
I mean, yeah.
I just,
But
as fun as this is, I don't know if I really want to like just do that. Like I want to get to our other creations. Like we
And
are
I
doing
think-
so good
I
at
think we
so many
will.
different things. I don't want to stop the variety. You know what I mean? I kind of want to just keep
I agree.
cycling.
I
all of
definitely
these,
agree.
instead of just being known for one thing. Like if we're gonna be known for anything, let it be the homebrew review. You know what I mean? Like all of this other stuff, I want this to be what we leave for the community in the long run. But if we're gonna be known for like something on stream, let it be the reviews, because at least that's more collaborative and less concerning in terms of like what we have to create.
Sure.
But really need to be like pushing more of this stuff out. Loved how it looked. Wanted to surprise you. Well, I'm glad that you submitted it. I'm glad that we did this in general. Like I
Very
love
much
this
so.
idea. Looking at all of the things that we've submitted, I just in general really enjoyed this new series. It's so much fun too. I really feel like out of all the things that we do, this one doesn't challenge me the most, but I think it gets the juices flowing the most.
Yeah.
Because we're really starting from a place of pure inspiration and then mixing that with like desire, as in we have an inspiration from the picture, but then we have to figure out what do we want out of it, and then we meet in the middle. Instead of doing from the ground up, let's start with, or the top down, let's start with the lore, or let's start with what it can do. This is really just coming down to get an inspiration, but then figure out what do we want instead of figuring out that. So I don't know. I'm really liking to know. Yeah, you said that you got it from like AI, right? Like I'm assuming like Sora or something. It's pretty cool. Yeah. Not usually a fan of making like AI images for stuff for D&D, but I'm also not a great artist, so I prefer if I could draw them myself, but I usually can't.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
anyway, it's let's see. All right. Sword off of a displacer beast. That's interesting. I don't know. Not sure that's exactly what I would have pictured for a displacer beast weapon, but okay.
What is?
The sword. That apparently AI thought that was a sword for a displacer beast.
Slicer piece?
AI is
Displacer-
weird, man. AI is weird.
Yeah.
That's-
AI's weird.
Not at all what I would have expected for it, but hey, AI is gonna do what AI is gonna do.
Big facts. Big facts.
Still can't replace us yet. Just saying. When it can replace us, well, then maybe we'll have a problem. But until then, we'll be here every Monday and Friday.
I think it'll be a while.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna be here a while.
But until then, we are here every Monday and Friday. I think that's going to be it for us today. Thank you so much for joining us. We had a lot of fun creating these items for you. I hope you had a fun time listening to these items. I hope it gave you some inspirations for yourselves for items that you want to create in the future. We will have these written up eventually and posted in the Discord. So if you guys are interested, go ahead and join the Discord so you will be able to get your own copy of all of the image to items, our pop culture builds, our subletting subclasses, everything that we create, we do put together. So we will go ahead and get that out to you. Every Monday we do homebrew review. So if you guys are interested, you can submit your own homebrews for us to review. And then if you guys want us to take a look at anything, you can always submit it in the Discord as well, and we can always take a look at that for a Friday episode as well. Always looking for new ideas, new series, things that y'all want to see. Just let us know. Otherwise, I think that's going to be good. I don't know if I'm going to be able to game this weekend or not, but if you do see me online, please feel free to stop in, throw me a emote and say hi. Would really appreciate the company. If you see Kage online, he's usually working on some coding, some background stuff,
yes,
some stuff for High Point, or not High Point, but for D&D discussions specifically. So if you see him online, go and join him. You might get some background information, some behind the scenes stuff, and you might be able to help him out a little bit. Otherwise, I think it's just too late. We've gotten 4 hours, 45 minutes in. It's almost midnight, so I'm going to call it here. Hope you guys had a great week. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend ahead of you. We'll be back on Monday with a review of what? What is Monday's?
We are reviewing the Frost Twin-Headed Drake.
Oh, yes, that's right.
The
that
companion to the Icebound Sorcerer.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. I want to say someone in Discord had asked about that.
Pokenator, I just finished updating them in I updated the schedule, and then I just sent them a message saying,
Gotcha.
hey,
I think they asked me, and I'm just like, I don't know why people keep asking me. I don't run that.
fair enough.
All right, y'all. Well, I'm tired. I'm gonna go fix myself a nightcap, and then I'm gonna go pass out for a very long week. A lot of stuff to do. I got poker on Sunday.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm gonna miss it.
Yeah. Be nice to stream that one day. I don't know, maybe. Okay. Well, hey, have a fantastic night. For anybody who is still listening to us, we do appreciate all of you. We'll be back on Monday if we're not gaming on the weekends. So, again, have a good night. Hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Cheers.
This is my friends.